Hey everyone, and welcome to NECC Valorant. It's week 4, and we've got. I am currently muted. That's crazy. Huh, huh,
Oh boy. Oh
huh.
no. Wait, am I
It could
also
be
muted?
me. It could be me. Who knows what the case is?
I
Vincent,
have
take
no
it away.
idea. Well, apparently we're just fine, and it's okay. But we're here with some more NECC action. We're headed into week number 4 here on the B stream, and well, we got things just about prepped and ready. We're going to start out in Navigators Division, Lois. It's going to be a good time.
Oh, absolutely. We got some fun teams coming up across the stage. It's SUNY Potsdam Gummy Bears versus Montclair State Black. The Rocky Redhawks, let's see if they can take on the Gummy Bears. And that's just a fantastic name. But you already know I've got a horse in this race. I've got a bear in this race, Vincent. It's because of the State University of New York, the SUNY system of which I am a veteran. We'll see if that's my buff, my state school buff is actually going to help them. Let's check out the lineups.
Yeah, let's talk about those because well, we couldn't get started without the players in the server. Cherry Jams, Saga XYA, Pillar, and
Miller.
Mary Posset. I don't know why I struggled, but it's fine. That's the Montclair side of things, and I think it would only be fitting for you to introduce your so beloved Gummy Bears.
My people, my New Yorkers. Let's take a look. SUNY Potsdam and see what they have to offer, because this is a interesting team to say the least. If I'm going to talk specifically, if we could confirm the name, if Queen of Ashes, as I believe, is joining the roster today, who is also a captain of the school's Overwatch team.
Wow.
She'll be joined by Valkyrie, Mochi Bento, Lily, and Shadow Notes. So this is an interesting squad, and Mochi Bento actually has been playing since the beta, so they have a deep information of how this game should be going to work. I would imagine that this team, under the leadership of someone who already captains a different squad, might be able to bring in some good set plays.
You know what? And I think that makes a lot of sense. You have to, particularly, I mean, you and I are Overwatch enjoyers ourselves. So we know there's a bit of planning, a bit of stratagem that goes into that game. You gotta make sure to keep the comms tight and concise if you want to make sure to get those victories. And I think that that's probably going to be true here. It will be the chance to get a maiden victory, actually, for this SUNY Potsdam roster, because unfortunately, with a bye week in week 1, as we head into week 4, still haven't picked up a win, and unfortunately, not even a map, Los.
Yeah, no, it's currently a 16 count of total rounds through their previous 2 outings.
Ooh.
So this is a rough one to walk into. But this may be the time for a change, or it could be another victory right here and right now for Montclair. Currently 2-1, so they might be able to push it over to 3. Excited to see what will happen. I mean, we've got our maps ready, and I know that you're going to be very excited about this one, Vincent. You were talking it up all day in the pre-call or pre-show call about how you love Icebox.
I heckin' love this map, dude. If there was a map that was like my heart, it would be Icebox. Just cold, bone chilling, and without feeling. It's great. It's wonderful. The better news, though, is that we're headed to Split for our second map. The first time that I'll be seeing Split since its reintroduction, at least on a broadcast, that is. And I'm excited. I was always a bit of an enjoyer of Split. Not that it didn't have its flaws, Los. It did. But you know, I thought it was a cool mix-up, a different look to the standard game we tend to play. Obviously, we have a few more of those now with the likes of Fracture and Lotus and Pearl. You know, that's all well and good, but I think it's cool to be back at Split. Decider, it's going to be a Ascent should we need it.
As always, I mean, that's the Valorant Collegiate Special. You will always have Ascent in the mix, but as you were saying, I'm enjoying the new shakeup of Split, because Bind, it has been a tired and played out map in terms of best of threes. You would usually see that. Let's talk normie status. It'll be among these 4 maps: Haven, Bind, Icebox, and Ascent. You are always going to have those within the mix. But now that there's some new options, I'm curious to see how teams are going to bring it back to Split. You know, old familiar map with a new twist, with new agents in the mix. So it's going to be an opportunity for some new compositions, but not quite the case. It's going to be some same old, is what I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, if you recall, we didn't have Harbor in the game at that point. What else has been added since the introduction of Split? Really
Neon.
didn't see. Yeah, that's right, Neon. And to be honest, we didn't get the chance to see a ton of KO before that actually got removed. So I think pretty cool to see. Regardless, we are headed into Icebox. And speaking of Neon, we got a Neon. Mochi Bento. If I recall correctly, last time we saw them, I think tended to go for this Neon generally. I think we saw them on Fracture, maybe. I could just be making that up. Just could be a little craziness, but nonetheless, I'm excited to see it on a bit of a different look. You don't tend to see that on Icebox. Usually you're going to see something like a Jet or a Reyna, something a little bit more direct in its dueling capacity.
Well, I'm curious as to what exactly the agents were. I think we might have had a bit of a technical difficulty there. We didn't get to see what the lineup was going to be for both these squads, so we'll just get right back into the game in just a few moments. But yeah, Icebox has some great opportunities. I'm especially interested in the speed that a Neon can bring. So many lanes to run down, so many opportunities for running, not exactly running gun, but guerrilla warfare. Find that shot out in mid, run out to support your team either in B main or A main, and keep things consistent. Keep things not consistent, actually. Keep things very unpredictable.
Yeah, my concern about the likes of a Neon is the lack of verticality or vertical movement, generally speaking. That's why you see Jet so often. And even when you don't see Jet, the likes of Arena, for example, obviously you have the fact that the Leer and the Dismiss allows you to get away and take space incredibly aggressively. And whilst there's some of that from Neon, it's not as versatile, I don't believe, on a map with such tight corridors. So if we do see that locked in, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really curious to kind of see how that is utilized. And I want to go back to a conversation point that I touched on earlier, but I didn't feel like we got to explore all that much. And that is the fact that unfortunately, this SUNY Potsdam roster, they don't have a map win. This could be their opportunity to do so. And whilst, Montclair rather, they've done a good job of picking up wins here and there. They're 2-1. They've shown some weakness, though. It's not as if these guys are unbeatable.
I mean, I am thinking about the previous outing that they had on week 2, where it was 2-13-0s. That is a series showing of strength, domination when we're looking at Montclair, but can they keep it up? I'm not exactly sure that's going to be the case, because as their match continued, I mean, they had a very, very difficult match against Oni Crimson B, barely making it and not being able to get through to overtime. Lucky to scrape by and get those victories, but curious. As you said, this could be the moment, maybe not exactly for a full-on victory, but Potsdam, the SUNY system, go the State University of New York, might be able to swing in their first map.
Yeah, exactly. And as a team, a roster that's been here a couple of semesters, specifically in the Potsdam squad. I mean, I think Montclair have been around as well. I just haven't gotten a chance to see them as much. I do think that they've shown that they have something to prove. They have something to showcase, and well, I think we'll be able to get to see that here. By the way, we are just waiting on a reset. Had a bit of a game crash. Don't you worry, we're getting things figured out. Thank you for the patience. But yeah, we got a lot on the cards, don't we, this evening, Los?
I mean, yeah, this is only the first best of 3 that we have tonight. We also have a second one. Currently, we're here in Navigators, but our second best of 3. It's going to be an interesting one, and I'm excited to see. It's going to be Seneca Esports Red versus the Carleton Ravens Red in our Champions Division, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun. But we'll get to that one eventually. I mean, hell, we'll get to our own series right now eventually.
Yeah, one of these moments, one of these days, it'll happen. Don't you worry. We'll figure it out. But I think for me, the most exciting part of this game specifically is going to be how do we see this SUNY Potsdam Bears roster? How do they deal with what Montclair are bringing at them? Because a team with a 2-1 record, they are obviously able to take victories. In fact, they've found 2-2-0s, not dropping a map in those 2 weeks. The fact that that's the case is clear that they have some skill on this roster, some serious players to contend with, and well, it's going to be difficult, I think, to see the Potsdam Bears it's going to jump over that hurdle, and that's why I'm excited for it.
And I think the reintroduction of Split in this series might be a key point on that. With a new mix to this series, you haven't had those set plays. I mean, it's still been out for a little bit, but when it comes to officials, we haven't seen any of them. The semester is very early in the season, only week 4. So you haven't had a great opportunity, unless you're playing in multiple series, multiple leagues, to have that competitive experience to play on Split. Of course, you have that familiarity of what you like to do beforehand, but as we already discussed, there's so much new content, so many new strategies to be held. However, we're finally back in the agent selection, and we'll see what will be brought forth here on Icebox and Mochi Bento. It is, in fact, going to be that Neon. I'm excited to see what she can pull off on that.
Yeah, I'm definitely there for it. I hope that we're going to see that find some success. As I mentioned, though, I do think it might be a little bit more difficult to find the success with it. But as I say a lot, Los, I think especially in the Navigators division, it's important to just play what you're comfortable on. It doesn't matter if it's like the most meta. I mean, I'll talk about it in the context of what is being played and not being played, but what's most important is that you feel comfortable and you are able to perform your best, because at the end of the day, a lot of these games aren't going to come down to that small of a margin. It's just a matter of, can you connect the shots and play with your team as well as you can.
Okay, finally in the pistol round, and it looks like we do actually have your local Goth GF stepping into the server. Excited about that. I wonder if they'll step on the competition.
They would have to, surely.
They would have to. I mean, I think big boots and everything.
I think not to would be illegal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Something along those lines. It's going to be the Bears starting out on the attack side, as they will get things moving. It's Mochi Bento to at least maneuver in towards the mid area, just kind of checking things out, curious about what can go down. And there'll be a couple of these defenders to join them, actually. One towards Tube and the other peeking up above mid. That's Saga who's doing that here. But it's been an incredibly passive early stage to this round. The pistol for SUNY Potsdam, they are incredibly careful about this.
And same thing with Montclair. Nobody is moving a muscle. There aren't peaks. Single angles are being held. I don't even believe that Saga is taking a look on mid. Question is, how does this start? Mochi Bento, you're curious about this next maneuver. Such slow movements. Finally, with that 0 point, it starts an attack into the tube, but unfortunately, it's much too late. The barrier's been placed, and their options have been cut off, but with a strong surge out through orange, it's only up to Goth GF to hold it down, and they're hiding behind that smoke line. They'll be able to stay safe until Saga is able to bring some shots, but it won't be enough. The spike is planted. The retake is commencing before a post plan can even get set up.
Yeah, Sherry, at least finding a frag there, but still, 5 players alive for Montclair. This is looking, very positive for them. The possibilities do abound, but there's the nano swarms. And this is where the defensive utility is so effective.
Saga pulling up on yellow. Some shots will continue. Last 2 in the tighter corner of B main. They're stuck. They're pinched off, and it doesn't even matter that the kills will come through. Lily able to scrape by with an extra 2. But the spike has been defused. It's futile, even if those frags come in.
Yeah, and that's the key, right? As soon as you hear that diffuse sound come through, you have to be pressuring those players trying to find the diffusal and even just deny the half at that point even. But the Gummy Bears couldn't quite get there in time, and despite some great heroics from Lily, it really just wasn't quite enough. Montclair taking the pistol round, and, well, the follow-up seems like an obvious follow-on to that, considering the lack of investment from the Gummy Bears. They are working classics alone into this bonus.
Comes that toxic screen. Nobody followed up. Jam sends out the Trailblazer, gets a world of information, at least 2 here. Sniff them out. Comes the attack. Mochi Bento jumping through the Nano Swarm, but Sherry Cherry holds strong with the Spectre. As we would imagine, Nano Swarm doing amazing work to stop the
Nobody down. Apply additional leeway there with the slow orb, and whilst eventually things taking some time to get moving back the other direction, still 2v5. I mean, surely nothing more than just a frag or two to be had for the Gummy Bears.
No gamer. Not good for one. I mean, James more than likely going to clean things up. Valkyrie hit from every single angle. And there it is. Second round, a flawless one for Montclair State Black, as you would imagine.
With classics, that makes a lot of sense. SUNY, not much that they could do there. This round, it's different. Los, it's time for the advantage to be had. It's just the full rifle buy up against these Spectres that we saw in the last round. Of course, if Montclair could win with these weapons, then that would be huge for their chances moving forward, especially the building up economy with, just finding some confidence as well. That definitely has an impact. We'll be seeing a bit of a B lean right now for the Gummy Bears. Incredibly fast for Mochi Bento as they make their way up mid, find the opening pick, and Sherry will be down and out.
Beautiful opener and great use of the speed that Neon brings. Now they have their options open, but Mochi Bento, they have to make a second move. They stick around too long, they will be caught out. I think that's going to come courtesy of Mariposa. If they look over Boiler, not to be the case. They hold this position. Valkyrie running onto site, but Saga with the Marshall finds too. This attack is thwarted. A no-scope from Saga. They just took their time to line up that shot.
That was a second no-scope as well, if I'm not mistaken. The first on the right side of the yellow box there. And a brilliant hold with 3 frags on a Marshall of all things from Montclair. Saga doing an incredible job and big heavy lifting into this round for Montclair State Black.
Mochi Bento here, the last one alive, has a Phantom in hand. Currently unknown location, but it should be sniffed out eventually without sound cue. And James is all over it. Few shots to close that one out, but that really falls on the back of Saga picking up that 3K.
Look at that, 8-1-1 after just 3 rounds. Talk about a incredible solo performance to begin this game. Like, sure, Montclair, this is their map pick, but you gotta give credit to this Jet doing some incredible work. And, well, you and I are going to be happy about this. We got some Stingers out to play for SUNY Potsdam. They are going to be working with those, and it looks like 5 players very much interested in the mid area.
It's a good look with that 0 point, hoping to find some information, yet never actually land. Perhaps Mariposa just wanted to land out that barrier before it made its final impact. Here comes Saga, unable to bring the same pain that they had before as Royal Gamer and the rest of the Potsdam crew. I'll leave that lead and an extra body in their wake.
Jam's taking a couple of pot shots. Doesn't really want to commit to that fight, though, and understandably falls back off of it. Guiding Light to try and follow that up with more information, but as we speak, information given over with the Viper screen there towards A.
We saw back in mid that there was eye contact looking at the flanking Goth GF, and once that eye contact was made, they immediately walked away. A similar moment that I would do if I was encountered a Goth GF. But now it's up to Valkyrie to press the offensive. They'll die as soon as they exit over by screens, but the spike is planted. Queen of Ashes can ascertain a better position with the Sheriff in hand. They simply have to hold the close angles because they've only got short-range weapons.
Oh, but that Sheriff, it's awful effective, but now it's the only piece of weaponry available. The Queen of Ashes will fall, as will her kingdom, unfortunately, for this round. The A site gone to the depths of Montclair State Block.
4 in a row for this team, and they are certainly feeling themselves. Look at all of the credits they have in their bank account. I'm wondering if we're actually going to see Saga bring out the op. The money is there, so the risk isn't as high as you would think when you first bring out that weapon.
No, at the same time, I mean, if you can do the damage without it, why not give it a go? The Vandal has been an effective weapon, though, as well. The Marshal has certainly done such damage. But it will be the Gummy Bears with their second bye round of this game. A pretty important one, if you ask me, Los. It's up to them to find something into this round, as, well, the last couple, especially that last gun round, really didn't give a whole lot of leeway.
Sonic doesn't have an escape. No, it's not an escape they're looking for. It's an entrance. A beautiful shot onto Mochi Bento and staying on top of that box along with the poison orb. That gave them safety. A free exit, and 2 are dead for Potsdam, and they've got nothing in return.
Great work there. The Jet. Sometimes it's a fine line between over-aggression and just the right amount. And, well, Saga playing that fine line beautifully. As we see a flash drive come out, blinded, but Saga re-swinging and giving another, but Royal Gamer here. They are ready to stop this from happening. They have a lockdown and a Viper's Pit to do it.
Mariposa's here on the side of the toxic screen. They won't risk it. They don't want to continue this fight. A dink, a real phantom moment. Lily's unable to secure the kill. Jerry Cherry is feeling the pain. They've got lineups. These are the last 2 players you'd want to go up against. You're trying to make an attempt for a defusal. Swarm's destroyed. Vipers, Snakebite is back in action. Unfortunately, Sherry, Cherry, and Jams, they've got a crossfire and a flank around Yellow that is not to be trifled with.
Solid work, and pretty much, I mean, about as well played as it gets. I do have to wonder what the decision-making process was there for Royal Gamer and Lily. Why not invest something like the Viper's Pit or even the lockdown if you wanted to? I felt like that was an incredibly winnable round that unfortunately falls by the wayside just because of some hesitation. Of course, nothing guaranteed in the game of Valorant. Still a risk, nonetheless. Got to take some of those, Los, if you want to win some rounds.
Earn money, don't make money, Vincent. That's something we've all learned through our hard careers here in Valorant. Round number 6.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. That 0 point not going where Queen of Ashes wanted.
Well, at least there's a null command, and you can't miss that.
That, you know what? That is definitely seeing the good side of things. Glass half full kind of fellow, this Los guy.
It's a rechargeable utility too, so they could just use it again. And with how patient this team has been and is looking to be for this round, I'm certain they're going to wait until it's activated. Nope, it's going to start with the null command. Now with the Viper's toxic screen enabled, they're just all pressing X on this round.
The all overdrive invested, but Saga gonna put that to bed before it really even can get started. Valkyrie waiting for the right time to put the spike down, but oh no, this is scary, but Saga will go down. Royal Gamer survives and goes aggressive. Wow, the pit is no longer there.
Well, it seems it was going to be an inevitability, as with that lockdown, would have been forced away from the Viper's Pit, so they might as well have gotten aggressive, and they took 2 kills for it. But the defusal is here. The wall has not been broken. Mariposa just walks away with a free defusal, the second time that there has been a spike defusal while Potsdam had members alive.
Yeah, that's rough. The retake utility, particularly the fact that Mariposa is kind of just sitting on that wall, like, you really got to deal with it or you got to be aware of that possibility. If you know that the Sage isn't investing the wall out towards Tube early or towards A, where you can typically see it put down early on into these rounds, you don't see it happening. And so, well, SUNY, they need to be aware of its possibility late round.
It's going to be a tough lesson, for sure, but it's the second time they've learned it. However, with weakened utility, you might have a good shot from the Sheriff. Unfortunately, Queen of Ashes cannot miss the mark. Saga ends it. It's Regicide. Now they still are down just 1 player and no information gained.
Moshi has found success here towards mid before, but Sherry, they are just too prepared. Finding success in your local GF. She is walked all the way back. Even though got caught out a little bit in the open there, it wasn't quite enough, and the limited weaponry is not helping things for the Gummy Bears.
Rotation here, and look at all the guns down on mid. It's going to come to Saga. We'll play it close. Clean kill. Use the updraft as well as the tailwind. It's still available. They don't know where Royal Gamer is. Royal is right behind them, right under their nose. Surprise! Unfortunately, Sherry Cherry is there to support their teammate. 7-0 right now, Vincent. I think they want to keep their big streak going.
I mean, no doubt about that, but the Gummy Bears, well, maybe they finally have the opportunity to stop that this round. Another gun round, lockdown available, showstopper the same, and there's no other answers unless a couple kills were to come through from your local Golf GF. It's just one away from a Viper's Pit, but otherwise limited in the utility belts of the ultimates at the very least.
Saga again. This has been a power position for this player, and
You should run.
activated the tailwind, but it's still suppressed. I don't know if that's going to work out. They just have to shoot their way out. Be able to escape and take two along with them. That's the lockdown utilized. It doesn't even matter.
The consistency with which this Jet has found double kills and triple kills is simply unacceptable. The trades are limited from the Gummy Bears. They really need to do a better job of spacing themselves out and making sure not to allow freebies. Because I'm not sure where that first bullet went, but Lily will eventually fall. Moshi Bento, they're the last alive, and well, dying breed, as the Gummy Bears are felled once again, 8-0.
This is a bleak look for the Gummy Bears. Still, there is some money at their disposal. Sheriffs, perhaps, could be brought forth. But this doesn't seem to be the case. It's simply a massive loss of life before they could get onto the site. That is what they experience anytime they head to B site. But when it comes to A, it feels that they can secure the site, secure a plant. But they get so excited with the prospect of winning a round that they over-aggress and throw their lives away.
I'm certainly seeing that pattern of over-aggression towards A, but even then, can you really say that it's been any additional success when we're really seeing a retake setup towards the A site? That's the thing. They aren't playing on the site, so yeah, I agree. Let's go for A if you're the Gummy Bears, but you got to be able to actually deny that defuse.
Sherry Cherry is always very scary, holding whatever position they may. And, there was the idea that they could take this site. Look how far up we have Potsdam, but they don't make the commitment. Goth GF continues to collect skulls, collect souls. There's nothing that Potsdam can do about it.
I mean, Potsdam, they're just so passive right now. Even when they have space on towards the site, they're defensive about it. Lily at least gonna get the spike planted. Of course, in a 5-on-2, what more can be had? Sherry Cherry taking out Royal Gamer. And it will be just the one member surviving, Lily. At least getting that first frag, but Cherry's already on the defuse, Los.
No chance of this as a potential victory. A read, a good one at that, to notice that local Goth GF was going to flank as she usually has, but mostly with success. But you could also consider that to be a success because it pulled away Lily in that final moment that they weren't going to be holding on to the spike. It opens things up for the retake and for 4 players to get in position to stop any chance of a peak after that.
Saga at 18-4, dominating overall. Pretty much, I mean, just doing some quick napkin math, I think Saga has more kills the entirety of Gummy Bears combined. That is, I mean, that's incredibly impressive.
Let's do the math on that one. Yeah, I don't even have to do the count. I know. That is correct.
The eye test, it passes.
big testament of what Saga's bringing to the table, but also at the same time how the Gummy Bears simply can't get a start. They can't seem to find their true beginning here in this series, or at least in this map. There is an opportunity. It would have started with Royal Gamer winning that fight. Unfortunately, it's another kill on the belt of Saga. So close to that 20 bomb, and your local Goth GF, you know that she's going to... Well, I take that back immediately. I was going to say that she was going to find that kill.
Valkyrie, first time we've seen one of those showstoppers come out, and unfortunately, it's just a little bit wide. Paint shells to follow up, and Mariposa up top. Oh man, not going to find success. Lily down, and a plant denied.
30 seconds left.
That's a nano swarm on the spike as well. Valkyrie just a few pixels shy of landing the shots. Amochi Bento is here with the high gear. Running it up mid. He's slightly red from jams. No, red like an absolute book. 10-0. Montclair State Black. They are making a strong case for another victory in their series.
That they are. I mean, this their map pick. Again, reminder, but I mean, at this point, does that even matter? Does that even tell the tale? I just don't know. 10-0. It's just not been... I mean, to be entirely honest, it's just unfortunate. Feels like the Gummy Bears, they're struggling to connect the shots.
Blades out for Saga.
No more
What are they
blades.
Saga gonna do?
Feels bad, man. No blades to be had. Love it. Oh,
Wow.
that
Teamwork
was very
there.
fortunate. Yeah. Look at Goth GF kind of bailing out the jet there. But the blades are back, don't you worry.
Here it comes. A tailwind after that first kill, and Saga will reposition to the top of the site. Interested? Will anyone read that out? I mean, the first blade is going to give that away. 77 HP, a heal potential, but only 2 players holding the site proper. It's actually going to be read as a potential rotate. No, a re-aggress comes from Sherry Cherry up from Orange. Will put everything they need to. Nanoswarm stops any possible planting opportunities. But it will be done anyway. Queen of Ashes activates it. It needs to be Valkyrie to slow it down and give the space. Mochi Bento finally will come alive and earns a kill. But it's still a 1v3. The wall there for protection. They'll just look at yellow. And Sherry Cherry cleans it up one more time.
And 10 turns to 11. What is near a flawless half. A rarity to be sure.
Last round.
You're in the
before
game of Valorant, but Navigators, this is incredibly dominant. Gummy Bears, sort of a last chance saloon for them as well. What more can they do here? And that's the real question. Even Mary, who, 2 and 1. It's like, oh, that's not great. Then you look at the assists and you're like, oh, okay. They've been doing big work.
It's important, it's not always the kills that matter. It's your ability to provide that impact throughout the entirety of the match. And they've been impactful. Oh. Okay. But as I was saying, they've been putting their impact in this game. Your heals, just body shots, anything you need. Even resurrections. Those are critical. Plants, again, we've seen this before. But it always ends in a strong retake. Lockdown at the ready for Montclair. Beautiful shot from Goth GF. And a pinch from the platform as well. Raptors
Feels like
is
this-
impossible to stop.
This lockdown barely even necessary, you feel, at this point, sure. But it is invested. 2 on 5. Here we go.
Is that a zip diffusal?
last player standing.
I
Royal
don't know
Gamer.
what that was, but
Uh-oh.
it's over. That's what it is. Royal Gamer at least collecting one more. 26 frags on one half for Saga. I mean, that is an outrage. That's just not allowed.
This is unbelievable numbers being put up by Montclair right now. but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm starting to believe it. Just the ability out of Saga and your local Goth GM. I mean, Sherry Cherry as well. But it mostly comes from Saga's aggression. Goth GF's ability to remove mid as even a possible train of thought. An opportunity for Gummy Bears. There's no one who could walk out that direction, and it's because of Sherry Cherry and Goth GF.
No doubt. Possible this is the last round to confirm a 13-0. That's what's on the cards here. The Gummy Bears desperately need this round, and it is all on the cards. It's an A-site attack, and there's a quick flank. Chibinto going to be, oh no, turns around, decides not to go for the fast flank.
Valkyrie around the corner, waiting, unable to connect the shots. That's 2 dead. And it will continue to drop bodies, as it seemed that Saga was going to be in a bad situation, reloading while catching out their opponents. But it seems they are just fine. 2 players left. Royal Gamer able to take one down, as well as Queen of Ashes. This is an opportunity. So low. A single bullet to either player is going to be lethal.
Especially walking through this toxic screen, potentially.
There it is. Mariposa out from the side, underneath the rafters, picks up 2. And if you wanted them to get some kills, there they are. But the impact will be known. Montclair, they have proven such strength. Another 13-0 in their record. That's 3 this season.
That's incredible. And that really goes to show the strength of this Montclair roster. When they're hot, they're hot. And they sure as hell were cooking in that first map. But of course, listen, Split is coming up next. And normally my argument would be like, hey, if it was, I don't know, Haven or Ascent, that everybody plays those maps. Well, I'm certain that not everybody plays Split. Maybe that is the place where Sunny Potsdam can find something. Though they need to find something better than they had in map number 1.
Well, I would say any round is better than what they brought here on Icebox. And we'll see if they can change that, break the curse, and start potentially a lead of their own as we head to Split right after this quick break. So don't go anywhere. NECC returns right after this. And welcome back to NECC. We just wrapped up our first map of Icebox here, 13-0. That was a dominant showing from Montclair, but we'll see if SUNY Potsdam, the Gummy Bears, can bring it back on Split. I'm interested to see if they can really change everything.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when it's a 13-0, there's really not a lot to say, and I don't think that really there's a lot to look at when it comes to the Gummy Bears. They just need to play a little bit of a better game. That's the reality. Montclair State, on the other hand, man, they did a great job. Of course, as I was alluding to before, listen, Split is a map where you almost certainly, if you're picking it, are going to have a pretty significant edge. So if there is a chance, if there's a position where the Gummy Bears can make this comeback, it would be here.
I'm liking it, but I'm also interested to see, in your opinion, on the use of controllers here, as Viper has been an option here on Split, but we might have two different uses when we're looking at what Montclair is bringing to the table. Or maybe not. Maybe they're just messing with me. I don't know, Vincent.
I mean, they do a bit of trolling now and then. Are we seeing a different look, actually, for the Montclair side? I think we're seeing a different player here. I think we're seeing Pillar, who wasn't in map number 1. So
They'll be stepping in for Mariposa, I believe.
that would be it. Yeah, I was trying to figure out who was in, who was out, and I couldn't do it. I was struggling. You saved me.
Yeah, no okay. Come on now. Just lock it in, gang.
Yeah.
Just
There's no need to do any troll. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about the
agent.
being. This looks pretty standard to me. I tend to still think that Breach is a must pick on Split. I haven't seen what the pros are doing, but I do know for a fact that things are always solid if you're a Breach main on Split.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder is simply a supreme piece of utility to break onto a site, even for an execute, a retake. The wide array that it hits is just so useful.
Indeed.
On Split.
Looks as if Mariposa might have been the one who was having a little bit of the tech struggles, by the way. So possible reason that they are moving away and Pilar is coming in. Regardless of the reasoning, we'll see how it goes. As we are looking at the backdrop of Haven, but pay no mistake, it is going to be Split. We just are doing a bit of trolling ourselves, Liz.
We like to have fun here at NECC, or perhaps.
Well, we're not the only ones doing some trolling. Our teams, they did a little trolling themselves and forgot to swap sides. So, you know what? We're gonna do it all again. Just it was a practice run, Los. Practice run.
Yeah, just to see if the agent select still works. And that's a classic. You never know with the Valorant client. It could be running into some issues. Maybe there's going to be a last-minute patch we don't know about. The Oni 2.0 trailer drop that might be causing some server issues as well.
Could always be like the 5 Neon comp. You never know when that's just going to randomly come out of nowhere. I've heard it happens.
I'd be interested in checking it out. I think if everyone used the fast lane at the same time, our computers would melt, I think.
Yeah, I guess that would be a lot of heat generated with like all the moving and stuff. Something like that. Is that where you going? No? Okay.
Yeah, I was actually about to do an impression of what the fast lane looks like. It was like,
oh yes. I beat you to it just a little bit for the first time.
I thought you were gonna take that. I was like, oh wow, Vincent's really stepping into my role here.
Yeah, listen, I learned from the best from my boy Handsome Host Low. So
that's right. Okay, we're jumping into the game now, or at least into the agent select. We're gonna go again. And this time we're actually headed to our third map. We're headed to the decider. It's Ascent.
Oh man. This has been a troll kind of day. We're loving life here at the NECC, week number 4, and the good news is we didn't get trolled this time. It was just the practice really helped. I think, Los. I think that's the takeaway.
You know, we just love to run it down. We're getting a beautiful tour of all the different maps here on Valorant. The beautiful tactical shooter brought to you by Riot Games, and now we're about to get to in our second map of the best of 3, brought to you by NECC.
For real this time. Not a prank. Not a joke. Defensive start for the Gummy Bears. That is surprising to me, actually. I don't know why Montclair would elect to start on the offense, actually.
Here's my guess, and
Go for
the
it.
analysis comes straight from Ego after a 13-0. They think, okay, we just 13-0'd them. Why don't we just put this series to bed and start on the attack and end this as quickly as possible? Because on the defensive side, you have to wait for your opponents to play into you. Montclair can just play however they want, as fast as they want on the attack.
You know what? I'm sure that there's far more respect on the Montclair State Black side of things, but I'm going to choose to believe it's all ego as well. And so, just for the funsies, Royal Gamer here to play defense. The Trailblazer finds its way forward. Sky, something you don't always get to see lately, but particularly on this map, it's fantastic.
Queen of Ashes goes down. Your local Goth GF popping off. A dark soul they possess. You'll find them in the Hot Topic, and their guns are hot as well. The spike has been planted. Lily waiting with the heal for some support from mid. This is going to be a difficult retake.
Killed my bot.
Saga, though, playing incredibly close range. This is going to be very difficult to overwhelm, particularly going one by one. They're waiting out this utility as well, Los.
Oh, Shadow Notes. The second that smoke dissipates, takes a bunch of shots to the chest. They'll stay alive, still with 7 HP, but all this cross angle, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to get any
Enemy remaining.
effective kills, especially when you have that barrier that was blocking CT. There was no way Shadow or anyone could provide a pincer on that.
None whatsoever. And, well, you know, as ridiculous as your theories might seem, Los, the first round certainly was swift, and Montclair State Black come away victorious. We'll be seeing what more they can offer. It is going to be a full eco round coming up. No investments being had by the defense of the Gummy Bears. And, well, they'll be having classics apiece. I missed this, you know? I missed this frog. Frog? I don't know. Is that a frog?
Kind of looked like a turtle.
Turtle? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not a biologist.
As you would know, that's how I could tell, because that's what actually I studied.
Not history?
No, yeah, you need a degree to be able to figure out what that one is, but you don't need a degree to ascertain the idea that Montclair State Black have taken the site once again, and I would say effectively won the round, considering it's only classics for the retake.
I mean, I did study and graduated from Valorant University. I did. Tarek was actually my professor, believe it or not. And
Sweet.
I think I could figure that out as well. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing I learned from Tarek is a day in the life of a pro gamer. He eats a lot of cereal, I recall, from those days. But what you can tell from these days is that Saga is once again on Demon Time.
Yeah, that's a different game. That's wrong game, but nice try. Nobody's gonna get that reference at all. I just realized, but
that is a deep cut.
That
is
really
a
was
deep cut. I dropped.
Yeah. So anyway, Gummy Bear is unfortunately, I mean, gonna lose out that round, but that's to be expected. That round wasn't, it was just classics. It wasn't one they were expected to win. This one though, a little bit different, as they have some weaponry at hand, and it's a bonus for the offense. Montclair State. And they're, for the first time, electing to head towards the A site. And this is a bit surprising, only, Los, because, well, they're working with weaponry that's a little bit less effective at this range.
Okay,
Never mind.
I'm enjoying what they're doing, which is an absolute chaos strat. Lily attempting to send out the barrier. It is secured. The wall is destroyed instantaneously. Mochi Bento will hold on firm. 2 kills for them, equalizing it out in the 3-on-3 advantage.
Massive couple of frags there from Mochi Bento, but of course, low HP in response to that. The spike can go down here on the B site as well. Planted out in the open, though that wall is a little interesting. Kind of allows them exit, but...
Wow. No time wasted from Queen of Ashes. Beautiful shot, but that arrow also... It didn't provide info? It didn't locate Astra? How is your local Goth GF able to avoid it? It doesn't really matter, because the result is in favor of the Gummy Bears. Finally, they'll break through, and it comes at the rifle round. 2 still in their hands, and they have gotten their first round in the series.
And it's good to see that as well. After a full map of struggles, the Gummy Bears on the board. Absolutely phenomenal work. And it was a solid retake from them as well. But it all starts from Mochi Bento. Those critical 2 frags, and then, of course, the Rolling Thunder to follow that up. It's exactly what you want to see. Precisely the type of round that they needed.
Now, the real test is the follow-up. Bit worse for Wear this squad, as they don't have the ability to have a full buy. So their next steps need to be very careful. Or maybe not so careful at all. A big push from either side. Queen of Ashes, 1 to the chest, onto Saga, but they will be overwhelmed. Or perhaps not. 2 each will fall down to Queen of Ashes. A single bullet for one of them. That is going to be a beautiful hold. Unfortunately, they will not last forever. As Montclair State Black will survive. They've gone up ramp. They have Lily around the corner. Safely escapes into ropes. That's the exact location Montclair is heading.
A swift rotate through sewers as well. Gonna give space for this jet to find some information, shadow notes there, but Pillar reads the situation brilliantly and allows Montclair State to confirm not only another frag, but a man advantage.
This is simply a look back at one, superior firepower, but also a great last stand. Queen of Ashes and Royal Gamer take advantage of the Astral setup. That will be the case. Astral form, leaving them so vulnerable. A second shot onto Jams is there. It's a 2-on-1. If Royal Gamer can simply stick the defusal, it might be everything they need, but they don't need to. As Mochi Bento is there to provide that extra support. 2 for 2. We may even look to a lead from Potsdam.
Of course, cannot be too sure of anything just yet. There's still a little bit of cash left for Montclair. They're not done yet, though maybe electing to invest a little less heavily this round because, well, we can see not everybody's money is as good as the likes of Pillar, but nonetheless, what a better look from the Gummy Bears as they've been able to mount retakes twice in a row. One towards B, one towards A. And a critical piece of that has been Mochi Bento's utility. We see a fast play come out here towards B.
Mochi Bento unable to hold firm as they have previously. A quick take, but unfortunately, it's a deadly one. 2 have already fallen from Royal Gamer. The snake bite will claim one, the bullet the other. They're stuck on the other side of this pillar. Support is coming from heaven. So all they have to do is wait out. The pressure is ever mounting on Montclair State. And they will fall once again. It is the first time in the series that the Gummy Bears will take the lead.
And a fantastic lead at that. 3-2 the score. And what more can be had there from the Gummy Bears? That's the question everyone has to be asking. Is Montclair State going to buy back a rifle round of their own? But a different Gummy Bears than we've been seeing previous to this. They look poised, and they've been ready to connect these shots. The defensive setup, currently a little passive towards the A site. They're just working with shadow notes that direction. They will be joined by Royal Gamer shortly thereafter, but still.
Oh, beautiful shot from Pillar. Shadow Notes, not even a second to fire back before they're gone. Here comes the lockdown. Nobody on site for that to actually affect, but the threat is still ever present. This will guarantee the plant as well as that. Okay, you know, I like it. I like the idea because it goes beyond the lockdown. And using that Cosmic Divide will keep things that much easier.
Well, Hunter's Fury gonna come out. It's typically used to deny the lockdown, but nobody was there at the lockdown, so it wasn't necessary. It's a free usage. Unfortunately, no tags, but the Recon Bolt does find some successful pokes at some players. 4v5 here, and a freebie for the opener.
Really, they've been realized a solid chunk of damage, and Royal Gamer once again has stepped up in a massive way. They've been able to be healed, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter too much when Queen of Ashes has got your number. But is there time? No!
No.
I thought that was it. It seemed that everything was working in their favor. A 3K for Royal Gamer, but they weren't able to finish it out.
A 3-player spray down. I mean, talk about high impact. It's just tragic that the time was already ticking so far. Had to wait the lockdown, had to wait the Cosmic Divide, and the Hunter's Fury comes out. All of those take time, Los, and, well, their time was up. Big victory, and a very slight victory at that for Montclair State, but at this point, they'll take it. Beggars can't be choosers, and at this time, Montclair, not the dominant figures they once were. They'll run it back into B.
Okay, now this is a daring operation. The Viper's Pit activated, and the Viper's Pit deactivated within the same second. The local Goth GF taking that lethality. It's not local, it's international. It's global lethality. They are not stopping. And Saga as well putting on the pressure from mid. There's no foothold that Potsdam will have until Lily is able to find their first kill.
Would honestly not be opposed to seeing a save here, particularly now for Moshi Bento, and will turn around. They are unwilling to take this duel. And at this point, the Gummy Bears kind of lose out on the lead they fought so valiantly for, but don't worry, they still are okay. I think the money is good enough where they should have another bye into the next round anyway. Actually, it's a little tight, but I think they should be okay still. With an additional drop, I think Moshi Bento should be able to hand over something. Maybe a Spectre.
Even the Bulldog.
Ooh, you're right. Got to make sure to allow that thing to bark.
Will the big dogs eat, though? That's the question.
Fair question. We'll have to see the answer to that, as honestly, who knows who these big dogs will be at the end of this map. Montclair, sure, they just got done with a 13-0 scoreline, but the Gummy Bears, well, they've done that. 3 rounds, already equalized and more what they had in the first game.
Might have gotten some information off that Trailblazer. I'm not exactly sure what was seen. Here comes the Blaze. Start things off, but it's a fake out. Won't actually be used. There's pressure applied here on mid. Actually sneaky. Saga, the lone killjoy, lurking on mid. As the rest of the team heads over to A. Comes the fight! And Shadow Notes with the classic. Earns that kill and can take a rifle if there's enough time. Mochi Bento hoping for the same. But no! He can't!
That's brutal. As is that. The spray's not connecting across the board. As Queen of Ashes find some success, gets healed up, killer brought back and jams as a shooting gallery. Too many targets, can't connect on just the one. Needs a few more. 3 bullets in the chamber. It's enough if you hit the heady. No heady. Just the one player and a res as well. It's a 2-on-2, but again caught with no bullets.
So no head, and then a res, and then ultimately dying. It's a big loss for them to take, especially on a save round. As Lily would commit the ultimate when it didn't exactly seem necessary. They will lose out on that, but they have some money this time. And they will have an opportunity here. Queen of Ashes here with the operator. Curious to see where that will play out. Most likely either top of ramp or played out through mid.
You know, that Vandal, that empty Vandal was the architect of 2 deaths that round. There's an OG skin. Got a Dargan. I have one of those.
You know, I'm actually
Tell me.
perhaps a miscommunication on that flash, but I'm a matte black enjoyer.
Ah, okay. I can respect that.
It's what we can love. Through the smoke, I believe. Lily
Yeah.
walking out with a freebie. Good night, Sherry. Pillar here to put some pain on. They have a flash as well. Curveball, and that is going to be a nightmare for Queen of Ashes. This position, it could be fruitful. It could give them an edge by playing it so close, but I'm not sure this will actually be pressed because look at the rotation through sewers.
Indeed, support required down there. As surely this is going to be heard. Yeah, the audio cue definitely given away at this point, but oh no, the timing from your local cop GF is simply too strong. The rotation applying pressure. Shadow notes on the site, but that too will be falling.
Curious stuff with this knife. Dangerous stuff with this knife. Rolling Thunder is here. At the same moment, the spike will be planted. Mochi Bento wants to close it out, and they just may be able to. 12 seconds left in Pillar. They're worlds away. If you look at it from this perspective, they have to clear out both players. One's down, and you know darn well it won't be a push. There's no time left. The perfect play from Royal Gamer, and they get the frag as well.
So close, 15 HP, and a very intelligent play there from Royal Gamer. Knows time not on the side of Montclair, and so just play passive. Don't peek, don't overswing, and you have a guaranteed victory. PLR, I think, a little bit slow, realizing the timing rather. There was only 15 seconds left, and so unfortunately didn't quite have the bandwidth to go for those frags. Montclair still working with the purchase despite the loss in the last round, though. There's a run it back and a blade storm. One for the offense, one for the defense.
A little bit slower than what we've seen previously as Montclair. They like to run through. And here comes Pillar. It is the run it back. That's what we were waiting for. Will they find anybody? Yes, it's Queen of Ashes. The Queen is dead. And the spike certainly shall be planted. There's nothing that can stop them at this point. Just a little bit of a daze and confusion. They can still make it happen. Mochi Bento playing off the aftershock, trying to get in between those bursts. Maybe they can find an angle, but it will be denied. There is very little chances here that are being given to the Gummy Bears.
Close as this half has been, Montclair on the cusp of taking the 6th round and confirming themselves at least a 50-50 scoreline. Oh, and there's a flank coming through as well. This is over. Royal Gamer taking one on the exit, but will Royal Gamer even get out of here? It's close. I think they're okay. Yeah, will be just that. So 6-4, I'd say attack side, you know, I haven't had the chance to watch too much New Split, but, you know, from what I understand, it's just slightly defensive sided now.
Yeah, the changes weren't that great. It was just a bit of adjustment in terms of angles that could be abused by defenders. Now it is still in the favor of the defending team, but not by an insane margin.
Yeah, no more 9-3-8-4s.
Well, I mean, let's not speak too soon. There may be an 8-4 here, but it's not going to go to the defenders. Mochi Bento, good flashpoint, caused some fear in the eyes of Montclair. They will not retreat. They will not hesitate. And this is going to be a bold effort, considering the classics that are in the hands of the Gummy Bears.
Yeah, 7th seems obvious based on that, but the blade's always a possibility. But no dice this time. Those blades fall by the wayside.
Those are all preventative flashpoints. I'm enjoying that from Mochi, but with the lack of follow-up, it does make it seem a bit futile. However, based on the position of the rest of the Bears, no one could possibly do just that. Pillar, another kill on to Lily. They'll be able to take this site for free.
Yeah, Montclair playing a very passive game there early on, just kind of waiting out the utility available to the Gummy Bears. And, well, of course, when they're working with just classics, that utility is incredibly limited. Pillar gonna find a triple kill. Up 12, by the way. Saga, not nearly as dominant as they were in map number 1, but it doesn't matter. Not necessarily needed. 7-4 is the score. And you'll be right, my friend. The chance for an 8-4 is certainly here, but the defensive side, not the ones with 8 rounds.
You know, going back to Saga, the thing is Saga hasn't needed to pop off in that manner. And also considering they're playing the Killjoy right now, she doesn't have that high impact, high mobility that we've seen previously. Uh-oh. That was a big gamble from Queen of Ashes, but it's not crazy considering the relay of information from the recon dart. That Hunter's Fury gets no extra additional information, no damage as well, but the Queen may be able to reign supreme here if they can get away with their life.
On the will, just do that. Nice stuff from the Gummy Bears, able to find that frag and rotate out. Royal's got all the information.
Oh, Shadow Notes!
Oh, boy!
Oh, how unfortunate. Ran with the melee out and caught down. That is a tough one. They had the advantage, at least the positional one at that. But with the melee and no gun, threw it away.
So much to work with in a round like this. The possibilities abound. But it's a 3-on-3. HP-wise, it's very similar. And there's no ultimates for anybody left in the last round of the half. The Gummy Bears all retaking from a similar angle. As I just said, no ultimates, but with the plant, they do find some.
That's just going to burn time off the clock. Alarm bot will certainly catch out Royal Gamer. They'll be found. We have the jams to hold that angle. Local Goth GF just having a swell time. Picked up another 2. Royal Gamer spotted out. They don't even need to go looking. This certainly will be the end of the half in an 8-4. Still a strong showing from Montclair, but we really got to give it up to the Gummy Bears for being able to perform much better than what they brought back on Icebox.
I mean, yeah, I think that there is a lot of props to be had, sure. But that was the defensive side of Split, and it wasn't exactly ideal. So I think that there is a possibility that Montclair are going to run away with this. Not that that's what I'm looking for, but just on paper, the Gummy Bears, they sort of picked up the minimum. But, of course, they didn't pick up anything back on map number 1. So anything better than nothing, I think that's how you put it. Montclair, though, on the defense now. Let's see what their setup will be like. They are currently defaulting the 2-1-2. Pretty often you see this. Ooh.
Cheeky little lineup. Cheeky little shot.
Double shock dart there.
Always love to see some tech like that. Split-second reaction on that tailwind. I mean, probably running out. Killer gets spotted with this aftershock. That's going to be a bad time for them, and they will. Mochi Bento takes advantage of it, surely. That's the first kill, but I don't think they'll actually press into here because the stars are going to keep on coming.
That they are. Not to mention the players. There was 4 almost essentially right next to them there a moment ago. So a valid rotation for the Gummy Bears, or rather, yeah, for the Gummy Bears as they move towards A. Nobody got a forward position at the A site either, so there's not going to be early information other than this bot. And that's going to cause the gravity well to be used.
The bashes.
30 seconds.
Good kill over toward mid. Local Goth GF falls. It feels that the defenses have certainly crumbled. It's up to Jams, who will not even be able to get a singular kill. A nice start for Potsdam, and now they'll have the advantage with the money. This could be a good run of rounds for them.
That's something that they actually haven't ever experienced in this series. The first pistol round of the 4 that we've had, and it is indeed a huge turning point with the possibility of victory and closing the distance between what was a 8-4 half, and now could be a free 6th round off the back of this, unless something crazy happens with these classics. I just about said Glocks, and then those are not that.
Yeah, no, not that.
Oh, man.
Anyways, Shadow Notes, as well as Queen of Ashes, we'll see what they'll be able to muster up. Any information of the like. A quick rush on the Spectres to make things incredibly easy. There's barely any shots actually landed onto Lily, and Shadow Notes is just going to clean this bad boy up.
This is what we call an easy round for the Gummy Paris. And listen, they hadn't had a lot of those, so definitely want to take advantage.
Terminated.
Long range right click, not so good, but the second attempt, a lot better. And Saga, any amount of damage, any frags taken away in this round is fantastic to hurt the economy, the Gummy Bears longer term. Saga thinking about
Imagine if I died right now. So funny.
never mind.
That's, well, all right.
That's what we call a massive uh-oh.
And then it follows up with a big time, well then, now they have some money. And they can bring in some firepower this time around. I think Saga just wanted to ensure no one was going to get that Spectre. Maybe there was a lackluster buy, someone would be able to bring it into a bonus round. Not to be the case. Money here, Vandals across the board.
Yeah, regardless of the reasoning, it is ultimately the same outcome. With the Gummy Bear is on a bonus of sorts. The 4 players surviving, they can keep 4 of those Spectres alive and kicking. Which, on the one hand, great. On the other hand,
Concealment.
you look at the Vandals on the other side of this, and you start to wonder, what's going to go down? Especially towards the A site. That's where Shadow Notes is currently applying the pressure.
What is
I don't know
happening?
what just happened.
Well, they've taken the site. We'll see for how long. Shadow Notes is working in tandem with Royal Gamer. Will be put to rest as Pillar has
Spike?
cleared out the site proper. They won't last for too long. Last 2 are in this corner. Goth GF removes 1, and a reload timing could spell their doom, and it will. Though it was close for Royal Gamer to finish off Goth GF.
I gotta wonder, does Saga have headphones on? What happened? Just the most ridiculous fight I've seen all game. Absolutely absurd. 9-6, the scoreline. Montclair winning out against the bonus, but this one, no bonus. It's the full one. The full purchase, about even in the weaponry department. Both Montclair and the Gummies are looking good. If that's not a thing, I think it needs to be. The Gummies?
Blocking sight.
The Gummies are here to play. They've dashed onto site. Curveball coming out from Pillar. They want to stay alive, and look
Okay.
at that. Pillar picking up 2. Saga on the Nanoswarm completely deflates the attack. The hopes of an execute here on B site will adjust. Heading over to mid. But your local Goth GF, she's there. She's waiting for this opportunity to strike on the rotators.
Indeed, and I think at this point, the Gummy Bears, they are somewhat aware of that possibility. They've got these 2 players looking similar directions, but ooh, that audio cue that should have given something away to Lily specifically. And it will. So a 2-on-4 now. Run it back available here for
30 seconds left.
the defense, but 2 players remaining. It's time to go.
Here's Queen of Ashes on the swing around Pillar. But Pillar is able to get the kill around Pillar. And they will be traded. But unfortunately, there is no protection after that. It will be the 3-on-1. And not even a hope for the plant money is achieved. Only Mochi Bento with enough money to have this buy, but they'll make an attempt simply to stop the bleeding. Or so I thought.
Well, unfortunately, the bleeding has continued, and I think it's going to probably be continuing. If you look at the purchase here for the Gummy Bears, it's lackluster at best. A few pots and pans purchased up. You know, and those work pretty well in Tom and Jerry, but not so great in the Valorant game.
Scanning ahead.
Someone that still is able to get a hit on Cherry, but perhaps it was a bait. An idea that Shadow Notes might be able to secure a shot. They had the crosshair right on the head peak.
All right, this is incredibly strong from Pillar. Straight up pushing all the way through the B main position. I'm going to collect 2 frags off the back of that. Another running back engaged potentially. In Montclair State, they have their hands on all of the pieces.
Queen of Ashes. Oh, not even a chance. The flick from Pillar is simply too strong. This Royal Gamer is going to have the pinch put on him. It's a 4K for Pillar. Looking fantastic to show up after coming in as a sub. They are certainly dominating instead.
Super sub engaged, I guess. Pillar. Though, at this point, it seems redundant to say, but Montclair is showing as if they have no signs of stopping. Ever since the first couple of rounds of this half, the pistol and the eco, Gummy Bears haven't had much of anything go their way. But maybe this will be the time to change. It's back to A. The fast engagement in this direction. The Nanoswarm coming out in order to deny the timing, at least for the moment. Saga's still here, though.
Saga, unfortunately, cannot deliver the fashion they have done previously. Good opener for the Bears. The Gummies are going to take this site by storm if they aren't spotted by local Goth GF. Trigger discipline, not here. They want blood, and they'll find 2 kills, but it comes right back at you. As the Gummy Bears are not done yet, 3v2, and the last 2 players are so far away, the site will most certainly be secured, along with bringing Mochi Bento back into the fold. This is an incredibly favorable position for the Gummies.
Not only that, with a 4-on-2, now Pillar might be able to bring this back. He has a run it back prepared as well. Has help with jams up over the top. All these players in a similar position.
This kill can be secured. If they go through elbow, there's nowhere to run. They simply have to continue the fight. Royal Gamer finds one, isn't able to get the second. The location, though previously communicated, of Lily is not ascertained by Pillar. And they will save the day. Map point, series point is not secured.
Lily winning that round in multiple different ways. Number 1, the last frag, the victory, the clutch, but also the res. Imagine it was a 4-on-2 and 3 players go down. Well, if you didn't have that 4th player resurrected, then something is different, and that is the Gummy Bears don't win the round. Massive for the Sage as Montclair State. Well, they're going to have to do better next time. And, well, next time is here and now. Back to A site by the looks of it.
Quiet now is Shadow Notes. They're spotted by the turret. And Star Nebula will block off vision. Shadow Notes catches Jams in an attempt to escape. He certainly will not. Cherry, just one kill off of a resurrection. It might look to take a pick. A peek for a pick. But it won't be done. Or maybe it will. Simply holding on to that angle. Royal Gamer expected no one to be there.
To be fair, in the meantime, an aggression. No, catching another one, though, is Sherry. With a double kill now, that's the man advantage in the hands of Montclair State. That could turn on a dime. No. Your local Goth, GF, and Pillar are going to shut it down. It's 12. It's match point. It's series point for Montclair State.
Match point.
This team looking to close things out. They don't want to allow a single round to get added to the Gummy Bears. They are done to put a stamp on this series. It only takes one. And the funds on SUNY Potsdam, they are not looking good at all. 3 Stingers, a Bulldog,
Yikes.
and 1 Vandal, but 4 Ultimates, Vincent.
You're right. That is the one positive to take away. Rolling Thunder particularly effective here. And, of course, the Viper's Pit once they get onto the site. But the run it back is being used. That's going to die. Shadow Notes into no more blades.
Oh! Pillar almost unable to secure that kill, but they will, in fact. 4 on 3. No res to speak of here for the Gummies. They'll have to back off. They have to play it incredibly safe, though. They may be able to secure that Vandal. Unaware of the positions, though. This Owl drone will work wonders to add to their knowledge bank.
Yeah, but how much does that allow them access to the site? Jam's just going to fall back with that recon bolt and the Rolling Thunder. Not. Oh, I think it did catch the player up in heaven.
Saga falls after being knocked up into the air. Cherry, sitting in hell, will send their opponents straight there. With this Viper's Pit, could be a wonderful opportunity. Unfortunately, just out of reach, just out of the realm of possibilities, is another victory for SUNY Potsdam Gummy Bears. It's going to be Montclair State Black securing this series 2-0.
Yeah, and Montclair, ultimately, I think the better team here, but darn, what a good showing from the Gummies comparing to that first map and then the second. I mean, we're talking 2 different teams, man. So many clutch moments, and particularly, I thought Mochi Bento played a great game comparing first to second map, and Royal Gamer as well, but everybody had their moments for the Bears. On the other hand, I mean, it felt like there's everybody to talk about for Montclair, but specifically Pillar coming in as the sub. Talk about performing.
You know, that's what happens when they're jumping in on a confident Phoenix. And you know, this is my favorite stat. 5 first bloods. Pretty darn nice if they're going to run in a consistent use of those running backs. It always found that value. It was never a question of who's going in first. They knew that role, and they played it well to make the entry and make some space for the rest of the team. So, honestly, another beautiful series from Montclair State, but you got to give it up to 2 people throughout the series. It's Saga and it's Pillar. Those are the ones who showed up when they needed it most. But again, as you said, 7 rounds as opposed to a big donut back on Icebox. The Gummy Bears at least got to be happy that they could take away a better performance on Split.
Yeah, I think so. They performed incredibly well, and I think that overall, I mean, listen, that was one of their best individual map performances of the season, and so some clear improvements, I think, is the conversation point. And that's usually what I like to talk about, especially if you're seeing a team struggling in the Navigators division. It's improvement over the course of a season. The Gummy Bears doing just that. But Los, it might be the end of the first series, but you and I, it's not over for us. We got more coming up next, don't we? It's going to be Carleton University. The Ravens currently haven't picked up a win up against Seneca College in Champions Division. That's going to be coming up next. We'll take a moment. Should be actually probably a couple of minutes here as we finished a bit early. So take maybe a bit of an hour break. We'll go get some dinner. We'll come back with more on that Champions Division game here soon.
Oh, hey, and welcome back to NECC Valorant. It's week 4. It was just like a 5-minute break since our last best of 3.
Yeah.
And now we're here for the second one of the night. It's Carleton University, the Ravens, the red team, versus Seneca Red. This is going to be a fantastic match. We're in the Champions Division, where champions live, die, and also win, apparently. We'll see what's going on in our best of 3. How are you feeling about this one, Vincent?
I'm feeling good, though you missed one there. There's also lose because Seneca 3-0. Unfortunately, the Ravens winless thus far. They are 0-3 coming into tonight and looking for a victory. Listen, they took a minute to get there into the server, but they're ready to go.
Seems like it. I mean, let's talk about the maps, though. We're jumping into Ascent right now. We're going to see who they're bringing to the table, what agents are on the docket for map 1. I'm excited, but, you know, as you said, 3-0 for Seneca, but 3 of those games have all gone to OT. At least one map for every series they've played has had overtime.
Yeah, that's a good point. These guys, they play close games and they win in those close games. It's got to be, I mean, honestly, it's really impressive. A couple teams that you and I know pretty well in the OTSU Navy squad. That's a good team. Ontario Tech is solid. And I think that the fact that they were able to take a victory, even at, 2-1 with some overtimes in there, is impressive to say the least. And, well, I think the Carleton Ravens are going to have a whole lot to live up to, as they've already locked in all of their agent selections. And this is the box standard composition that we see on Ascent. It's pretty much everything that we could expect.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the meta that we would be looking for here. Maybe the adjustment you'd possibly see in Astra. That agent's been floating around here and there when it comes to the Ascent compositions. But this is generally the most classic setup here, especially at the higher level. You're going to have squads picking up the standard use of double initiator, having that killjoy as well. Omen, just for a little bit of fun, right? I'm a big Omen guy.
I too can enjoy some Omen. I also don't dislike the Astra here, but the Omen really allows you to have some flexibility, I feel like, especially when you're talking about the consistency with which you're able to have that smoke up time. That's the big difference between the Omen and the Astra. And, totally fair enough, right? Both teams electing to go with it. Sometimes you see a bit of a different take. In this case, nothing different. It's all the same. Mirror composition of these two teams. The Ravens on the defensive side to start out with, and Seneca will be taking the attack to begin things out.
Yeah, I want to see a return of a little bit of Yoru, maybe playing around with that. But the Omen is important because if you have the lack of flashes on a duelist like Clancy or Jurassic bringing in the Jet, then you want to have that paranoia as like an extra buffer. But we're having a strong positioning here on tiles, potentially a B hit, but those can always right into that kill up present.
Well, you know what we always say, mid to B on the pistol round for the collegiate space. Ink.
Never going to fail. Oh.
Oh, man, poor Ink catches a flash drive to the face.
Beanie's got an interesting look here, able to take down one and followed up with a second, 2 headshots and a sheriff. Aiden Dom here, hoping for anything at this point, I could say, because they are going to be hard-pressed to pull together a singular frag. It's 1v5. Decent amount of damage onto Aqua, but that is it.
Yeah, not really a lot more to work with. Dark covers abounding, but Aiden picking up just the one before Clancy will shut it down. The flank working flawlessly for this squad. Seneca, they have their first round. And, I think a conversation point to be had there at the beginning is that lurk from Beanie. So impactful finding that double kill. And it's all about just waiting and playing a good timing, an off angle that, well, clearly the Ravens not at all expecting, Los.
And that's great to have that trickery right from the beginning. So that's using that, not to say specifically something you do with an Omen kit, but that means it sets the tone that Beanie is going to have some of those dastardly maneuvers, and that's what I love to see. and the fact that you're going to consistently keep your opponents guessing on what's going down, that is always a sign of a great Omen player.
Bit questionable, not actually peeking that angle at first, but it'll all be figured out eventually. As the Ravens fall on the B site, not that there was a lot of players actually here. Ink's gonna recover a Spectre, though. Maybe that could be something to really add to this retake possibility. 4 players, all from the same angle, though. That might be the problem at hand for the Ravens. Of course, it's all about timing, and here we go.
Destruction of the door, and no one's there to greet them. They will be scanned from the recon arrow. Jurassic taking a bit of damage. The singular shot from the Sheriff doesn't land anything. K with a beautiful double on the shot to make it 3 frags total. And Hayden done for.
K is a shock dart menace on the server. Are you kidding me? Absolutely unreasonable. The Ravens, I mean, I understand that was like an anti-eco round. Like, it shouldn't matter that much, but man, is it fun to see such well-placed shock darts early into a game. Really sets a tone, doesn't it?
I mean, we're having 2 situations where you have not exactly a orthodox play, an orthodox setup from Beanie, a triple kill off shock darts from K. Individuals are showing some serious strength off the rip.
See if that strength continues. There's that paranoia we were talking about, a 1-for-1 for Hayden, but that means Tree is in the hands of the attackers, and that's a problem.
Jurassic's not ready to give that one up. Here comes the flash drive. Jurassic fully eats it to the face, but they survive. Playing back into Garden. Aqua not dealing with a whole lot of health here. So it comes down to who can fire first. Oh! And it's a beautiful headshot from Aqua. It doesn't even matter if Jurassic only needed 1.
I mean, those headshots, they are incredibly deadly, especially at that range. Ink will pull out the bit of utility, hoping that Owl Drone can find something, but nothing found. And despite HP, it's still a 2-on-4. Seneca in perfect position. Oh, they're heading away. They're looking for a save. The Ravens have conceded a big round victory for Seneca, as that was their bonus loss. They didn't invest. Aqua ran it down Cat with a frenzy of all things, gets that frag and follows it up on the player in Tree. Simply sublime from Seneca Red.
Aqua potentially looking for the hunt there. Realizes the danger, the futility of throwing it away, but Beanie wants it. Unfortunately, no one will be found. The hunt will be fruitless, or maybe not. No, not quite. And look at the money that is here for Seneca. They're certainly feeling themselves. Clancy, I think with the delayed buy, they might be considering the op here.
Oh, that would be interesting, particularly against what is a sort of half-buy situation. I'm really not sure I understand the Ravens' investment here. If you look at what they have bought up, not a lot of money on 3 of the 5 members, but then 2 of them kind of working with some Sheriff half armors. It's weird because there's no consistency with it. Usually you want to see it buy and save on a consistent basis. As well, we'll get to that later because they're already on the A side or Seneca.
And that's a spike plant for free. Jurassic shooting into the smoke, looking for anything. Blocked off by the dark cover. You have to start to wonder what exactly are your options. And with that limited firepower that they're going in with, big cluster of players in heaven, 4 spotted. And I think K might get a little tricky here. No.
Oh, tough.
Won't exactly land right into the den. Ink start things off. Clancy's down, but K will be able to provide that cover. There's someone still in hell. They have to clear out Aqua, but Aqua will not fall until Tahir lands the shot. But ultimately, there's so much damage onto the retaking team. They won't have a great amount of time to try and get the defusal. Even if they do, there will be the Nano Swarm, but Beanie and Jax don't even need to rely on it as they clean things up. The 4th round in a row, it will cost all their lives, but they still get it done.
Incredible post-plant utility usage from Seneca. You know, that's not something you see so well coordinated all the time because it can get a little bit difficult, but you had the shock darts coming in. You had the, or a shock dart actually, didn't have both of them, but both of the nanoswarms ready to go, and you follow that up with the fragment as well. There's a lot of post-plant utility available for Seneca to utilize, and they did it pretty perfectly there.
Simple stuff to walk into B main. Comes down to Clancy how that entry is going to be. The door will be hit. The switch is gone. And no command still in play. But they haven't been able to walk through. Rezo's gone. That's the entry. That's everything they need because there will be no Killjoy utility. How did Clancy not get killed in the beginning? But the running gun was just so monumental. It gives an opportunity here for Speedway to be taken. Uncle's holding it down, but there's a cutoff, a disconnect. Beanie isn't with the rest of the team. Ink through the wall bang. A phenomenal shot. And now things are looking quite dire. Jax has to stay alive to allow the pinch from Beanie to take place. And it's a 3K from Beanie.
He did it on the pistol round. He found the lurk frags necessary to pull Seneca over the edge. And there, I mean, you could call it a lurk. You can call it just a late round big moment from him. But regardless, Beanie delivering in every single way. 7-0 right now. The only player in the server yet to take a death. Absolutely monumental. And Carlton, well, they stay scoreless at 5-0.
Standing ahead.
What a huge victory for this team. Now they can walk in even further. Look at Hank on the Ares, or Ink on the Ares. Hoping for something. Op comes through, and so does the Ares. Unfortunately, Jurassic
Yike.
is going to be left at a different age. That thing does not work out for them.
So the lockdown, but you have the Hunter's Fury in order to counteract that. But the problem is, players on the site falling. They're like bowling pins, knocked over one by one as it's K to find an additional frag. The plant down as Jax will put that in the ground. It's up to 2 players for the Ravens, and they are certainly not looking like they could be able to take this back.
I think they may have even looked to have to try and secure that up, maybe take it away for a save, but they have to commit. They have to fight this one, and they have to die as well, Vincent. There was no hope for them. The loss bonus still won't give them any hope. They'll have to continue with a little bit of a weaker buy going into this next one.
And Seneca already at 6-0. What a strong start. They've already booked themselves a ticket into the second half at an even scoreline at worst. As finally a timeout, allowing time for the coach, Cato, to actually have some input here for the Ravens. And I think this is great timing. Gotta take a moment and try and figure out what's going wrong. And let's do that ourselves, Los, because realistically, the biggest problem that I've been seeing for the Ravens is that they're playing ultra committed on the sites, whether it be or whether it A. And the problem is that they aren't getting those kills playing defense of the sites. And so therefore they have no chance at a retake. If you're losing those fights, just play retake.
Yeah, it's that dedication to taking those initial fights, even when they're not favorable to you, just trying to make the best of a bad situation. But you don't have to stay there. There are other options. You have teammates that could use that utility that would better suit, especially if you have potentially using Jurassic's dash to try and break back into a site. Use a Cloudburst to potentially block off a one-way angle held by your opponents. But with that speed, I guess, their speed in terms of taking that first fight, it just leads them to an early grave and situations like the previous, where the last two were trying to break through door, and it was not going to happen.
Yeah, that's been happening far too often. Tiles being approached aggressively with the Stinger.
Gotta be kidding me. It's actually working, though. A decent amount of kills. It whittles them down to two alive. But considering that was just a minute buy to get into the next round, it could have been worse.
I tend to agree with you. That said, I think contextually, understand that 4 out of 5 players for Seneca were at 9K at the beginning of this round. So, yes, but also not as big a deal because of how maxed out their money is. But every little bit counts, not taking away from that. And an interesting strategy, and I'd like to see a little bit more of that from the Ravens because, listen, aggressive maneuvers on the defense is what this game, what this map is really won and lost on.
Clancy spotted out, and nice maneuver with the tailwind to escape it. A good look, though, from Hayden, Dom, and Ink to try and get that early pick. Another moment where they show that aggression. Ultimately, it doesn't work out for them, but it's a better look.
Still 5-on-5, though, and ultimates for both teams. Though the reality is that this lockdown going to be difficult to use with the Hunter Suri available.
That is a hell of a room set up with the nano swarms, and somehow it's still going to be the Ravens who come up short in that exchange.
And from here, I mean, Seneca can really mount a take wherever they would like, but A seems the obvious answer. They've got 2 players on Cat already, and as I mentioned, don't have to fight for this site. Already given up has Ravens in the area, but that's those commitments that I was just talking about, Los. Rezo, no need to take that engagement yet. Gotta wait to use your lockdown.
Oh, man. And that's just losing a critical piece of utility. They got the null command for a retake, but it seems that the squad is already so entrenched that breaking out from here with all guns, 3 players are looking right at heaven. They have to save it.
Yeah. I mean, I like the decision to save. I think that there's oftentimes a lot of teams don't go for these options.
Oh, Beanie.
Oh, boy.
Oh, even
just
one
gonna
is
be the
still
one.
enough.
It's true, but at least it's just the one. At least it's not worse. Worse would be all of these players going down. But as I was saying, I think a lot of teams feel like they have to go for these rounds, especially because the economy is so forgiving in Valorant, generally speaking. You can go for these types of buys because you get a lot more buys. That said, I think it's a little refreshing to see the Ravens willing to go for a save or 2.
I do enjoy that. It just shows that this is a team that knows that they're up against a strong opponent and doesn't want to YOLO it into the wall. But it feels like if they had that same restraint when it comes to a retake, we should be seeing something similar on their initial holds.
I tend to agree with you, Los, but I also got to remind you that this is Seneca's map pick. This is their attack side. This is where they should be at their strength, but Jurassic, great opener.
Beautiful stuff. This is what we needed. A flash right into their teammate's face, but it is enough to put some fear in the hearts of players looking down mid. Jurassic's not done yet.
Oh, boy.
But Beanie isn't either. This absolute rascal, this sneaky devil has done it again.
Oh, I love the term rascal there, indeed. Absolutely outrageous that he gets away with these, but Jurassic's not done yet. That's another dash away, just in case, and we'll get that tailwind off. So, a 3-on-3, and one of the best chances we've actually seen for the Ravens in a long time.
Comes from some great stuff off Jurassic, taking the fight to their opponents off the rip.
Ooh, that 0 point, that actually is... I wonder if they're going to rotate off the back of that. It got no information.
I don't think they'll give it up yet to here. He's here for it, and so am I. That goes wide, but it takes the attention away enough for Tahir to lose it. In the end, that could be everything. The destruction of that from the shadows
20 seconds.
forces Beanie to walk through mid. And it is a great potential. Rezo might be there to catch them off. With the turret especially, it has to be. Or maybe
It doesn't
not.
actually catch him.
10 seconds left.
Oh, but Jurassic coming alive here. Giving the first round over to the Ravens, and he just pops off. Aggressive in towards mid. Has the flash drive over the top initially. The help alongside him in order to get those frags, and a couple of very nice, clean shots up towards the top mid position. Really giving the Ravens a chance here.
Beautiful moment for them to step up, and Jurassic certainly is feeling themselves up in hand now. It's a fight they have to take here on mid. Tiles going to be populated by Beanie and K. To remove those elements early on will be necessary. Look
here's
back
that
up
op.
top. Again, no dice. As the last time, they have to ensure that they will find safety. The last time they bought it, lost to, I believe, a Frenzy.
No, I think that was actually a Vandal. The Frenzy followed after that, but regardless, it was a close range angle. And once again, for the second time, a missed opportunity for Jurassic on that operator. in games like this, with teams as good as Seneca in the Champions Division, you can't miss those opportunities. You're only given a few, and you have to cash those in when you do.
Bit of patience now as players are spread quite throughout. Jax take the spike over to B. There is no setup in that area this time. It's just coming down to Ink. They've only got, what, Ares? Not exactly the most favorable setup. Hayden, close by enough to be on a quick rotate. But I think it's better that they attack a less populated site anyway, so it gives a real opportunity for a retake.
That dark cover just a moment too late from Hayden. Ink in the back of the site here at Boathouse, and he's paranoid all to hell. Easy take for Beanie, and the plant will go down. What a great read.
Clancy. Oh, they are in a position to be crazy. Give them a little taste of the Beanie, but it comes from Clancy. Is that it?
I think it's got to be the lockdown came through, and there's nothing to deal with it. I mean, they're still going to try to fight Clancy, but the spike's been ticking for so long, Los. Surely this can't be a retake. And yeah, Tahir calls the rotation out. And no, he's going to get caught as well. They're both down. Los, that's another round for Seneca. They've done it again.
That was the op as well. That was a hope from Tahir to grab the op, take it into the next round, give it to Jurassic in desperation that they could get an opening pick because they've got nothing to work with. Shorties, Sheriffs, and a single hero rifle from Rezo. I mean, they've got ultimates, they've got the blades, they've got a lockdown, but it's just never been a good moment for that to take place.
Well, thankfully, Rezo actually sold that hero rifle. I was going to mention, wanted to see something different, but these blades.
Okay, Jurassic, only a few to the chest, and that's all she wrote. 3 left. Could be a beautiful moment, but only with 28 HP. You could run and gun, and something's going to kill that jet.
Why is it only now that we're seeing those aggressive maneuvers? I really needed to see them earlier on.
Yes. Right click.
That's one way to go. But it's still not an even trade even. It's a 4-on-3. Those numbers, I'm no mathematician, but they don't add up. They're not looking good for the Ravens.
Right through the smoke here. Will be monumental. Ink here with the information. What does it tell them? An interesting jump to get down into hell. Unfortunately, it almost acts as a one-way on themselves with the cloudburst.
Yeah, that's one of those tough scenarios where, honestly, it's like a good idea, but it sometimes doesn't work out so well. Final round before we go into the halftime, and, you know, honestly, I don't know that it matters. I don't know that it matters for Carlton if they can find this round or not. I think they just need to focus on doing what they do best and trying to find a round off the back of that. I've been mentioning aggression has been a lacking point, and it looks like they might be in for some towards mid.
Dart red. Clancy here with the blades. They want to go fast, and they have to do just that. Ink in the back. Waiting for such an opportunity. A push, but a right click. They don't need to worry about the blade economy because the rest of the team is doing their job as well. Jax with the double. Hayden now inside of that null command. He's gotten away. Nobody's noticed him.
Oh, no.
It's a freebie onto Aqua, but what follows? A trade, it has to be. Jax with a 3K. Rezo there, right in turn. Rezo has to come out of this 1v2. But it's only one player on site. It's going to be an eventual wraparound, but they've got no clue.
Oh.
Beanie always going to be around somewhere you don't expect.
Yeah, it's always Beanie coming in at the right moment. That time, once again, just threw B main for like the 3rd time this half to close a round in the favor of Seneca at 11-1. Not our most dominant showing in one half tonight, but man, is it close. And man, I did not expect this coming into it. Carlton, I understand they haven't won a game, but still, Everybody plays Ascent.
You know, it's getting me flashbacks of our previous series, Vincent. I was at that domination. Perhaps the Ravens will step up going into that next map. But I mean, we got to talk about the pistol right now. If they could take this, it's got to be a pistol win.
It's a mid-to-be split. No way.
I would have thought.
Everybody runs the same exact thing. And look at
Collegiate?
this. They know. There's 3 players here at B. This is not a normal setup for the defense.
But most of them are postured inside of B main. Beanie's gonna get the kill anyway, but Jurassic perhaps. They can continue to hold their ground. This is a successful entry outside of Market. K putting in some pressure with the shock darts. Almost removes Jurassic.
Ooh.
But the beautiful Sheriff work is speaking otherwise. 3-on-3 though. A lot of damage that has gone around already.
Yeah, that's a scary spot, especially with these frenzies. That's the high health player gone, but it's a 1-on-2. Has the reload, already suppressed for the time being, but creating 1v1s left and right.
It's done. Clancy has to win this 1v1, and it's going to be much easier said than done. Time is ticking. The fake Jurassic still holding their ground, but Clancy pushes the letter, and they will earn the pistol in map points.
Wow. The chance was there for the Ravens. They had a good read, and listen, it was a mid-B split. No way it would fail. You got him on the site. Off the back of some brilliant shooting there from Jurassic, who won them almost single-handedly. The only round that they have this whole map, but it wasn't enough. It all fell by the wayside in what was a 1v3 clutch from the opposing Jet of Clancy. Truly stupendous work being done by Seneca Esports Red, and it all comes down to this for the Ravens.
Gotta be a force. There's no choice but to force it up. Stingers, a Sheriff as well. Interesting setup, just getting the turret so nobody pushes into them, because that's exactly what this team would do. Get aggressive. Jurassic starting things off on that mid to B split. Clancy already outside on mid. This is a great entry. Site has been cleared, and now it's a 2-on-3 for the retake.
Yeah, the Stingers putting in a lot of significant work on that. Really overwhelming those can be, especially when they're grouped up multiple together, as they output just a hailstorm of bullets. Of course, it's not done yet. Clancy had a 1v3 last round and now has support.
Working from this angle isn't going to be easy. SMGs aren't so long range, and the double spray, a beautiful one at that from Rezo. It has to be isolated fights again. It can't be another Clancy win. Sheriff's out. This is to finish the job. The job is not done. To here, they'll stay alive and be able to finish things off. A good force buy from them.
I hate to smack the Ravens when they've just won a round, but man, Tahir is playing a dangerous game, peeking Clancy like that and giving him another 1v1 attempt. Like, if Clancy hits that shot, which he's prone to do, then things turn very differently. Of course, you got to give credit as well to the Ravens for overwhelming at the B site. Like I said, those Stingers are incredibly effective when you group them up and play together like that. You get 3 kills to the just 2 on the defense, and suddenly we're looking at the start of what I would assume the Ravens hope to be a comeback. Of course, that is a long way from here.
Whatever Clancy does here is going to be phenomenal. And it's a phenomenal death at that. Jax is going to be the one to pick up the pieces. A 3K off the Sheriffs. Beanie puts in the work as well. And that's it.
Goodness.
They've sealed it. Ink has no chance walking into this one. 61 HP. Forced into a fight and forced into submission. Jax closes it out with a 4K, and Seneca Esports Red win and pass with flying colors, 13-2.
Jeez, what a way to end the map. 4 kills for Jax to close things out. Seneca, they showed that they are a team that should not be trifled with. I mean, that was their map pick, but dang, I am so impressed with what I was seeing there. The Ravens, I mean, they look like a shadow of themselves, to be honest with you.
I know, considering what we've seen Carleton University be able to present in past seasons, past iterations of the squad, they have been a top team. They have been a contender, but I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe they just need some sort of reset going into the second map. But otherwise, it's Seneca all the way. And it's not a single player. Everyone is coming up with those creative moments. The Beanie Lurks, the K Shock Darts, the Jax 4K right at the end. Everyone has something to say, and it's time for Carleton to start speaking up. Well, maybe we'll hear what they have to say going into our next map, but we're going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. The best of three will continue. Hey, welcome back to NECC Valorant. Another walloping just took place on Ascent. Seneca did not come here to mess around. What was that? 13-2 Carlton. Certainly not in the most favorable position as we head into Icebox.
No, I mean, the only positive note is that they're going into their own map pick, but yeah, 13-2 really does kind of communicate how much of a one-sided affair that was, and it was not. Like, sometimes you're like, yeah, 13-2 or whatever. It was a lot closer than that. No, it really wasn't. There was a whole lot of dominant rounds, and it very much was Seneca just rolling over the Ravens time and time again. Icebox has to be different. It just has to if the Ravens have any opportunity to pick up their first win on a map this season. It'll be a Icebox side of this. No way Jax is going to go for the chamber. Ain't no way.
You know what? I say run it. Why not? But speaking of pulling in some changes, it's actually going to be Kato, who's now swapping in for Tahir here on the second map. Will be interesting. Pulling in the same role as they were both the initiators.
What?
Wondering how there's going to be an adjustment. And yeah, it actually happened. What do you think? Is that just confidence? Is that just saying, hey, you saw what we did to you back on Ascent? We're gonna do it to you again, and we're gonna give ourselves a handicap.
I'm gonna say that I feel like this is one of those situations where, you gotta chamber one trick trying to relive the glory days. That's my read. It's not
I mean, we
complicated.
saw what Jax pulled off on the last round of the previous map.
True.
Drop that in with a headhunter. Why not?
I mean, to be fair, was fragging out of control on the Sentinel role before. Of course, this now a lot weaker in general, both as a Sentinel and a fragging agent. So, I mean, it's not like it's like horrific. It's just that there are better options in my opinion. But hey, again, comfort is king oftentimes, and that's what he's comfortable on, and that's what they'll play.
Right, you are, Vincent. But I don't think that one agent is going to be too much of an issue. It really comes down to not what Seneca is doing, it's what Carlton has to begin doing. And that's coming as a unified effort. We didn't get to see too much of them on the offensive capabilities. So now I want to know what they can bring to the table when they have a full-on attack and they'll be going into a chamber.
Yeah, it's a good question, and we will see the answers here shortly. I don't know. I don't remember if it's a good thing to start on the attacker side or the defensive side of Icebox, if I'm being honest. But regardless, the chances now for us to see more of pretty much everyone from the Ravens. It was really Jurassic who had the showing that we were hoping for. Had some really high impact moments. Obviously, that quad kill to give them a round in the first half, that was key. And a couple of key frags as well in the pistol, adding on to that. So, lots to like. But look at this aggression.
Oh my god. Clancy again, coming out with the first blood, and says, okay, that's good for me. I'm going to leave now, and you're going to take a full loss out of this scenario.
I love that decision just because it's incredibly smart. You don't necessarily need to continue to have that fight.
And for 300 credits, Jax will get a kill on that headhunter. Will be
expensive frag.
Will be the plant. Well, it's only a net negative 100 cost, so it could be worse.
That's fair enough. The monetary gain certainly there. Are they going to check this?
No, absolutely not. Rezo showing what they can do. Beanie's not the only creep who can creep around and hide in those corners, but the numbers are not working in the favor of the Ravens now. It has to be up to Clancy. And who else but them to put the final nail in that pistol round? Not a good start for the Ravens. Another beautiful one for Seneca.
Yeah, and that headhunter actually really doing a ton of work. Getting that additional frag. Ensuring that, it's a one-shot. And Seneca taking advantage of it. Of course, Clancy popping in a couple of racks of his own. It's not going to hurt things either. But the Ravens still not picking up a pistol round. At least not this one. as they should be on a save. Though Rezo does have a little bit of extra cash and will invest in some half shields and a ghost.
Long range on the Spectre, Clancy. They can't keep getting away with this, but they will.
Indeed. Gonna go for the early aggression, fall back, and that's what I've been loving about Clancy, is their willingness to just fall back and play passive. Beanie, there's nothing passive about this.
Oh, they were right in there, and I love the shot of the Marshal from Jax to divert that attention. Hey, look at Tube. Don't look at the beanie behind the box.
Oh man, this is just, I mean, it really is standard Valorant, how to play Valorant 101 being put on display right there by Seneca. Trading out players individually. As you were kind of alluding to, Clancy is there wide with or rather Jax with the Marshal, then Clancy's aggressing wide, Beanie comes in and trades that player position once again in order to have another full magazine. And Seneca take the round. I mean, they were expected to, but still, the way in which they did it was simply beautiful.
Well, all right. Experimental lineup.
No, I mean, that's for any jet trying to updraft onto there. At least I assume so. It's something that you do see pretty often, but interesting to see that being preemptively tried.
Neither the Marshal nor the Headhunter hit their mark. So some ground gained. That's a decent amount of B site that has been conceded. But the support is here. 3 players now on the other side, waiting for anyone to aggress into their territory.
Of course, to be fair, the Ravens aren't going to know how many players are here or how far back this defense is located until just about right now. As they move their way forward, should be able to get Spike down here shortly, but actually, there is a snake bite there in the way for a moment before it fades.
Spike down now, and all 5 members of the Ravens are alive. This is the bonus round, so they are currently working with Spectres for the retake. And Jurassic up on top of Yellow might start to have a field day, and they're certainly feeling themselves a 3K. And the Tailwind activated. It might even get further down the line, but no, Clancy will stop that in its tracks. 2 left alive just to try and make this retake a reality. Doesn't seem it will be the case. Well, they'll try and take as many bodies as they can along with them. Unfortunately, it'll be just the 2.
Yeah, and a solid round for the Ravens, a much needed one. They win the bonus. And it's a solid outcome. As we get a bit of a pause coming here in a moment. But you know what? For me, I think the biggest factor for Carlton there is just the fact that they're willing to be aggressive with Jurassic taking those spots. And you know, I mean, that's a good look. It's much better than what they were doing before. Being proactive instead of reactive is something that they struggled with.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it now that we have this moment where Jurassic had those looks back in the dash toward tiles, back on Ascent. Now we're getting another opportunity. The consistency in when it comes to those fast plays, when it comes to being in the kind of the power position, that's where they strive. And it's good that the rest of the squad here for Carlton can support that with utility, with just extra firepower in terms of coming in with trades. If they could play around Jurassic, it's great. But we're going to need to see a bit more than that. It's a great start, though.
It certainly is. And I'm curious as well to see what impact Kaido in for Tahir has as well. That's something that I'm going to be keeping my eye on. Obviously, the conversations around Jurassic have been consistent. Has those high impact moments, has had another one just there. But seeing that substitution definitely is one to keep our eyes on. Is Seneca, I mean, working with the same 5 that they were in the last map, and you know they did great with it, so why would you make a change? But still, Carlton feeling that they had the bandwidth to go for an adjustment, I'd imagine it's for a darn good reason.
Now we're back in a gun round for Seneca. Look at this. Clancy. I want to get fancy with it. We'll see how that works out for them. Now backing off through that toxic orb.
An early pick. Courtesy of players towards A. A little bit aggressive. The attempt was there by the defense. And Seneca working from behind again, based off the back of it.
Beanie won't have such safety. Ink. Beautiful shot to open things up. And taking a piece from either side. They'll walk in and plant that spike with efficiency. There's not a darn thing that the Ravens won't take down in their way.
Seneca locked out at the moment, and I think they should be saving, and they are going to do so. Just running away at this point. They know that the chances to get back into this round are limited, especially in a 3-on-5, and particularly with the amount of utility available for the Ravens. So, a good decision. Hayden Dom, though, might walk into a few saving players here in just a moment.
Wow, this is going to be an interesting one. Oh, the foot spotted, but the classic is good enough.
Dangerous.
Nice attempt.
All three players should be able to get away now. And it will be just that. So, Seneca sneakily saving those weapons. They're going to get themselves an extra free gun round out of it. At least by the looks of it, they might. I'm actually seeing some question marks around that, actually, as Beanie not having full armor, electing to go the half armor with the pistol. And I think Clancy is going to be taking out the blades. So, a little more limited than they could have been, but otherwise, a very healthy buy.
My imagination tells me that Beanie is going to be playing simply to survive and not taking those immediate fights, using the utility to the best of their effort and staying alive. Beautiful start from Clancy. Hayden Dom removed expeditiously. And now that's another rifle, and it goes right to Beanie. Perhaps that was the strategy, Vincent.
Yeah, that would be a good strategy. This has worked out beautifully. The operator here at A has been explorative, I would say. Nothing spotted just yet. Kind of in a safe position alongside the teammate. The Ultron going to go out now, and that should bring everybody around.
You know, jumping in near the front line, and they'll plant it right beyond the barrier. They don't want to take any risks. They have to ensure the safety of this spike. And it is activated. But now comes the issue. Rezo has to move away. Everyone has to jump off the site. Ink will do their best. They have no smokes to keep them safe. And it all comes down to Jurassic. They've been great in a height position before, but no longer. After a few rounds of success for the Ravens, it will go back to Seneca.
And that's the power of saving those rifles, getting an extra round out of it. And you're able to, number one, grab an opening pick, and then Clancy with double kill on the Blade Storm. It all works out with Aqua collecting 2 of his own as well. It's just the small things, but they make a big difference. And now the chance to turn things on their head. Seneca back in the lead, but even more than that, it's the Ravens' economy on the back foot. At least mostly. They actually have a little bit of cash left over realistically. So we'll have to see moving forward. There's a res available. No command as well, and that's going to be pulled immediately.
As well as that 0 point, they are making strides onto the side. Clancy has no idea where to look. And Kaido, once again, leading the charge as they have to. With the null command, they actually back off, hoping to hold that flank, as it's been such a point of pain, especially with Beanie moving it in. Spike activated. They'll back off. And especially now with the Viper's pit, Jurassic gone because of another K dart immediately transferred in with the resurrection. Jumping down, they might even find Hayden Dom walking out, picking up a double. Don't realize there's a third onto the rafters. And with this spot out from the recon arrow, An amazing attempt with the flash, and also a fragment to stop the defusal. Kaido did everything they could, but in the end, it was too overwhelming.
Yeah, I think a valiant effort from Kaido there. Really not his fault that round goes the other way. More a well-played situation from Aqua. Good dodge on that flash drive as well. Fortunately, kind of blinding himself just a little bit, but it was enough for Aqua to be able to dodge and then get the additional frag. Again, small margins, but they mean everything. 2 defuses in 2 more rounds. So we're at a 4-2 scoreline. And I mentioned the money being on the cusp. Actually, the Ravens have gotten a pretty reasonable purchase here. A Marshall purchased up, but everything else is rifles. And I'd say I'd be pretty darn happy with this investment if I was them.
Let's figure out if that investment will pay off. A few feet away. That poison orb could have meant disaster. Now that mid is open, Jax is here. It'll be a perfect shot and an escape as well, thanks to that rendezvous. No resurrection this time around, and they'll have to live with this consequence. Aiden Dom, almost taken out as well, and feels that no one can find any footing in this round. That'll give them some information. Not everything they need to start the fight, but Ink will get the party popping as Clancy's down, but it only opens it up for Jackson Aqua to secure more shots.
Ink in serious trouble out of bullets, as is Aqua, and Ink will get away with it. A bit of a crazy engagement, but still winnable. And 1v2, but the HP is incredibly low. And I don't know if the self-heal is available. No, not at all. Just used it already. To gain about 20 HP.
Worth. Ink in the 1v2. They can isolate a one-on-one. That would be fantastic. Unfortunately, they jump right into the clutches of who else but Beanie.
And a trademark.
So,
yeah. Feels bad no matter how you slice it. 5-2 the score. And you know that? I want to go back to the beginning of that round and talk about that toxic orb in mid. It is a fickle mistress, I tell you. Sometimes you just think the toxic orb is up, and then it's not, and then Kaido walks straight into an operator. It really sucks when that happens. And, I mean, it's all about that setup. I mean, that's the whole point of that setup often for the defense, is that's why they set up behind it, is so that you kind of forget. You think it's covered, and then it's not.
That's interesting. Was that an attacker toxic orb?
I don't know which one it was, but it actually serves the same purpose regardless.
Yeah. Either way, Seneca manipulating their environment to always come out on top. And they'll continue this fashion, and at least we're having a stronger showing so far from the Ravens. Maybe this timeout will help give them a better opportunity of the task at hand. 5-2, much better scoreline than we saw previous. And they could turn the tide as well. It's going to be bare bones, or will they actually commit to some force buys here? Stingers and a singular Vandal from Kaido. I'm curious to see how that pulls together.
I got a word, by the way, from our amazing observer, Bulby. Said that it was actually the attacker toxic orb. So, yeah, I mean, point still stands as mentioned, but even worse, I would say.
I think that also comes down to just a bit of a miscommunication of not knowing when your teammate's orb is here.
Jax has been finding opening pick after opening pick, and this is no exception after the timeout in Clancy. Oh, boy.
Here's a moment. Oh, there's the spike. Back away. Let him peek. Let him cook. Unfortunately, you're just giving more opportunities for Clancy to find kills. Vandal right there. It's a bait. It's a bait. Rezzo, no. Stepped right into the bear trap. And Aiden will pick it up as well, and it's empty. And they can't do anything about it.
Oh, man, brutal. Simply brutal. 6-2. That's the scoreline, and another half now, the very least, equalized for Seneca. They can feel good about that. Clancy, 11-4 right this moment. Stepping out into the leading role on the Jet. We've had some good moments there from Carlton. no doubt about it, but they've been fleeting. And we just saw those 2 rounds in a row. They need some more, and they need it here and now. Vandals across the board for the Ravens, and, well, back to B, it seems, is the plan of action.
I like how their previous work has actually netted some wins here on B. And it's with the laid-back effort from Seneca on this site. But the laid-back placement on B is always countered and balanced out by Clancy getting so deep into A. And that's a flank. It's guaranteed that this will be the case.
Granted, it's got to be fast. Otherwise, it'll be all over by then. There's 2 players, now 3 players down. It's Aqua gone. And honestly, I think save might be the call. Clancy adjusting, but Jax has found at least 1 frag back.
Time has progressed too far. Not much of a chance for them to turn this into a victory. At the very least, it comes to those exit frags. Clancy would have had a good opportunity, but unfortunately it was just far too late for the flank to take place. The Ravens certainly turned on the Jets this round to increase the speed and the lethality to take B site.
No doubt about it. A big turnaround. And the Ravens finding consistent success on the B side is something that I didn't necessarily know that we would be seeing, but it's a nice one.
Show me where to go.
That's a bit of a giveaway. Jax, the operator, going down to the spike, no less. Mistake that definitely could have been avoided. Of course, can't win them all. We got a judge out, only temporarily, maybe. Aqua thinking about it. But otherwise, it's rifles across the board. The Blade Storm seems to be the plan for Jurassic, though. And we see a tour de force being pulled there by Jax as well.
I was curious. I was thinking that it was on purpose, maybe as an asset denial of the op, but no one was coming for him. Regardless, the tour de force is out. It is on B site this time around. It's waiting for that flood, the red wave, to pull through. It won't be so soon. It comes down to if anyone is spotted by A main, I believe.
Oh, and that's a critical frag to find. Think about who's gone down there. It's the Blades. It's Jurassic. The heaviest fragger for the Ravens at the moment. And for him to go down so early on is brutal.
No one's looking toward mid, but it is a look over toward kitchen. There's the signal. The flare has been fired, and another one from the tour de force has been released. This is it. They thought they had such a perfect opportunity, and the movement did seem good. The path was interesting. Unfortunately, it was a singular read off of mid that gave everything up. The plan completely foiled from a single peek off boiler.
Yeah, and a little bit of a one-dimensional approach as well, I think. After that initial frag towards the B main area, it seemed like Carlton were invested in rotation, and, well, everybody rotated pretty much. And I think that was part of the problem. Not the entirety of it, but certainly a portion. Ooh, and look at this attempt at a buy. I don't know what the Ravens are going to be able to get out, but it's not going to be pretty, not going to be a full purchase whatsoever. And with Clancy at near 9,000 creds, the bank has been built for Seneca Esports Red.
I can't use that.
Here's Clancy. Again, always that tip of the spear. I don't think the Owl Drone spotted them.
No, I don't think so.
This is it. This is going to be so detrimental, but it only nets one. Kaido responds with 2 in kind. Jax is able to provide some support from the backline. It's a flank, and now it's a full-on pinch. K's been restored. Jax has to survive the 1v3, but they're stuck in the trademark right in his clutches, in his traps. Unfortunately, with the number advantage, they will walk out. And Kaido, with 3K right now, able to make magic happen.
The problem is these trades aren't going to be enough long-term. You see it's a 2-on-3, and those numbers, they don't add up. Kaido, though, prepared. I think for Aqua to be right here, but oh no! Kaido might have been prepared, but he couldn't pull the trigger fast enough.
Aqua is playing a dangerous game. The fact that that worked out isolated the angles that are possible. They wouldn't possibly expect Aqua to aggress off that, but they still do. And it's that gall to make the plays like that that Seneca has used to launch themselves 5 rounds ahead of their counterparts.
Yeah, I mean, their willingness to play ultra aggressive, to really do the things that are unexpected, that is indeed what is different between them and the Ravens. I mean, beyond that, just, I mean, hitting some nice shots too. That doesn't hurt, rather. But, you know, Seneca just doing the small things. Doing the small things. Last round of the half. Will it be a 9-3 or will it be an 8-4? Aqua already finding an opening pick, but it's 2 the other way.
Nice work for them. Do they want to make that commitment to a rotation? Because they're going to have to walk right into the Viper's pit. Unfortunately, they've been defanged. And Hayden Dom will drop their own, and it'll be easy pickings onto B site. A fantastic finish on what had been a lackluster half for the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, K feels like he doesn't have a chance in hell here. Especially not looking in the right direction at Jurassic. 8-4, the final score, and it will be Seneca in the lead, but not by as much as they were in the last map, nor as much as they might have thought. A couple of critical rounds to keep the Ravens alive there towards the end of the first. Picking up 2 of the last 4, about a 50-50.
Pistols are up. This is a big one. The Ravens have never been able to secure a pistol and really capitalize on it. I believe that... Was it the case where they won the second pistol on ascent but lost immediately after?
That they did, yeah. Unfortunately the case. But nonetheless, actually they didn't even win the pistol on ascent. They won the force buy. And then lost immediately thereafter.
As the wheel of time progresses, maybe this spin will give the Ravens something favorable. Pistols in hand. No real ground gained here from Seneca as they look to take a inquisitive K. Hopes for some information, but they'll be granted none. There's 3 players here, but they haven't been spotted at all. Oh! Kaido has been. What's the follow-up?
Well, Jax feel like he's awful close to a frag here. If somebody just peeks at the wrong timing, the right angle, etc. Jurassic caught by the recon bolt. The shock dart not doing too much damage to anyone. Still 5 survive at 40 seconds. The Ravens gonna be good, and it's a rotation for Seneca back towards B actually. And we'll see how that goes.
30 seconds left.
Hayden's here. Oh no! Oh no!
Tragic.
Hit themselves with the snake bite. And the spike will be planted regardless of the efforts in place. 5v5 for this retake. A ton of utility expended over from the Ravens. Haven't gained anything out of it. Spotted completely. It comes to Kato. They have to break ground, and they do. 1 for 1, but Aqua and Beanie will hold steadfast. Aqua has to get one more early stall out time, but will be denied. Ink from the top rope. Takes down 2. This is a flank. Out from Kitchen. It's Jax. Rezo is pinched completely. They have to try and work this one out, but it's all time for the rest of Seneca. They have everything working in their favor, and they will take the pistol.
Yeah, as soon as things look like they're turning in the Ravens' favor, that flank comes in. The all lurk from Jax, who's done some good lurking alongside Beanie in the first map. Just turns the tide. 9 rounds to the 4. And this time, seems like Seneca showing very little signs of stopping. They're going to be able to, unless anything crazy happens, should be able to pick up double digits. After this one, this is the anti-eco. And we got 4 SMGs and a rifle to contend with it. It'll be a straight up rush down mid.
Okay, Beanie. They are going to have to play tower defense right now. Holding it down themselves. It's a shooting gallery at the highest order. The highest range of the shortest gun. 10-4. I think Ravens just wanted to move on to the rifle round.
Yeah, it seemed like it. They're like, how fast can we get this thing over with? I guess run it down mid, give her a go. To be fair, I mean, on the other side of that, I think it's valid to go for an aggressive maneuver together somewhere. That's also something that I like to see. So as much as I'm saying, memeing it up a little bit, not a bad decision or strategy from the Ravens.
Certainly not. Do your best to work together, find the kills. Classics work best in quintuplets, I believe.
I think that's the standard Valorant fare.
Heat and Tom just manipulating these angles. Unfortunately, Jax doing their part, maintaining the status quo, and we'll keep it 4-on-4. That was dangerously close to landing through the screen.
Sure was. Ink applying pressure, though. Spike not denied. That's the problem. This is the bonus, remember, here for Seneca. They are working with limited weaponry. Jax, of course, has a Vandal, but everybody else, I think, has Spectres.
Did Jax get spotted? No! Another time that a misplaced look from a drone will lead to death. Is Ink going to be able to secure this? Yes! In such a quick moment, the kills do come through. And the Ravens will earn their first round, but it does come off the back of 3 rifles.
Yeah, a hard-fought victory nonetheless, but, you got to do what you got to do. And Carlton, I mean, they did exactly that. Seneca, on the other hand, I think that they should be okay with what they just had. They got the spike planted. They got 3 additional rifles out of the hands of the Ravens and forced a couple of rebuys. And look at what those rebuys have entailed. One of those was a gun. The other 2, well, a Guardian and a Stinger. That's all that Jurassic and Rezo have at their disposal. So every frag counting in its own way. The 0 point comes through defensively, trying to gather information, but I don't think it actually caught but one of the players who are here.
Guardian putting a little bit of damage. Not going to be quite enough, but it's just information. Seeing all this utility here. Now it's time for the cavalry to arrive. 3 in the backline. Jurassic whittling it down. Jax is gone. No escape route, but actually manipulating the sightlines through the toxic screen. Clancy takes one. Tailwinds out of there and equalizes it up.
He could get healed up as well, I believe. Though maybe that heal already been used by somebody else. Now that I think about it, yep. Aqua needing 10 more seconds before that's ready to go. So it just will be a little bit more time. I like what I'm seeing for Seneca, though. They go towards the A site initially, and then they go back out. Look for a rehit. Or are they even committing here? No, they're not. Another fake towards A. And it's another fake into the A hit.
This is ridiculous. But does it pay off? Okay, finally is able to secure the shot. That was looking dire. But Ink lines up 2. 10 seconds left. And it comes down to just a wild flurry of trades. The spike will be planted. Rezo doesn't commit to the Owl Drone up until now. They have to fight through the Viper's pit just to get to the spike.
Yeah, that pit, the biggest problem. Would have been massive to find a random tag on a body in there.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but Hayden, how has he done that?
I don't know how, but playing outside of the smoke, Beanie has given up the advantage. And Rezo playing the advantage of bodies rather than smoke has won it out. It's 10-6 now. The Ravens, they may be making a case for themselves here in the second half.
Yeah, they are 2 in a row. Though I'm getting some flashbacks. Remember this game tied 2-2? And then it was 8-4 or something like that? Yeah, same here. That's exactly what they did in the first half, only to lose out 8 rounds total in the half. So I'm cautiously optimistic here for Carlton. I don't have my full faith just yet, especially not because of the Tour de Force. Never mind, it's entirely denied. No chance of that. Hayden gonna be aggressive though.
And it pays off. It works wonderfully for them. Would they be curious enough to expect this to come through? Kay's already looking, but the timing's all wrong. Hayden still secures the kill. 2 for 1. I'll take that trade any day, and that's a ton of damage onto Jax anyway.
Oh yeah, that is trades we take for 400. And then with that, a 3-on-4, a questionable decision now for Seneca. Where do they go? At the moment, they're just poking their nose in about every single area, every single corner that they can think of, and hoping that they're going to get a free opening pick off the back of it. And they will. Clancy finds a freebie, and Jack's now here for rotations should it be needed. The spike, it's going towards B.
Commitment from that angle, from Clancy, knowing there has to be a jet here. There just has to be someone on this. And taking every possible avenue to find that shot. Lovely stuff. But 4 on 3. See you. They're not giving this one up. Raven's not by a long shot. Jack's been spotted out. They've only got 30 HP. And this is a major piece of diversion. It's actually Clancy putting in the work over on A site. Spike planted on B. Beanie's the last one here. They have to stay alive. Do they even want to make the commitment to the fight? If they die, the round is all over. And that should be the case. There's no chance Clancy will be able to get here in time unless they could just swing on over.
No, not planned it for them. What a round. What a crazy end to that whole engagement. Clancy was doing maximum work, and I don't know exactly what gave away. The spike was planted towards B. Didn't catch the details, but what I did catch is that, man, whoever knew that, whoever called that was what was going down is a hero for the Ravens. Red.
Wonderful work here from the Ravens. They are stepping up in the best way possible. That sounded like an interesting noise, Vincent. What are you thinking?
You know, it was an interesting voice line from Viper. That's all I'll say. I'm getting some throwbacks to Goth Girlfriend.
That's a name that will live not in infamy, in one of the favorites, my all-time favorites.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of you, actually.
You know, why don't we just get back to the game?
Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm glad you don't want to know why.
You know what? We got time. They're playing in the pit.
It just reminds me of that photo of you with your girlfriend stepping on you. That you put out on Twitter. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it wasn't nearly as weird as I made it sound, but
I got stepped on, and it was hot, and so was that shot from Clancy. This is a wonderful round. Jurassic only tailwinds into another shot from Clancy. There is no escape from this jet. There is no solace. You will be stepped on, and you are gonna like it. The spike is planted now, but what can Clancy continue to do?
No.
That's another one. Jax from mid. This is all over, unless Rezo can somehow walk out of this as a 1v3. Even if this is a resurrected KO, it's in the sight line of Clancy again.
Oh, man. I'm not just liking this. I'm loving it. Clancy has done the damage, done all of the details. Rezo, half HP. What a dirty angle from Clancy. I have to add. Jax will close it out from the flank, but still 11-7 after 3 rounds in a row. Seneca fight back, and this is how close it's been every time. Los, it's taken 3 rounds to nearly break the Seneca economy. Well, actually, the Ravens, 1 loss, and they're instantly back into the doldrums, into the bin of purchases, and it's just not great. It looks like they're gonna go for a save into allowing, or I mean, they're gonna try what they can, but potentially allowing match point.
This play, how many are running up through main? And it's a gamble stack, but the gamble has not paid off. Everyone said it to be. And this is a response from K that realized, uh-oh, that's all of them.
Yeah, I mean, he's noticed a bit of a situation.
Firing range has begun. Back to the lobby. The practice bots are back. Ink is here. Singular Frenzy. Not even a chance. And that's going to be map and series point. What a pillar that we saw the Ravens on in those previous 3 rounds. Now knocked down into the bins, the doldrums, as you've said. And only one chance left.
You know what? I got a lot of respect for the fact, though, that they went for that save. And they're betting on themselves. You know, a lot of teams, they're like, you know what? Let's just force buy twice in a row because, well, we'll probably lose anyway. No. The Ravens, they said, we're going to win. We're going to put it all on, well, I was going to say red, but they're both red. So, something like red.
I can't use that.
If they could spot out the Viper, no! It was so close to deny that pit. And unfortunately, the fragment, it's just out of range. Everything that could have gone right just went wrong. Spike's in control now. They will lose out. Beanie's gone. Ink laying down the law as well. Will they follow it up? It's up to K and Jax. That's a good start. With this recon, they'll see everything they need to, knowing it's going to be a numbers advantage. K has to fight it out. But how? How can they do it? It comes down again to having more players using that number advantage against your opponent, taking turns, taking those firefights. And the Ravens will survive, but for how long?
Yeah, I mean, that was so close as well because K had the Hunter's Fury prepared, ready to go. Just got a little bit overzealous and then got hit with the 0 point. And I think ultimately decided that it was better just to try and swing and win the round there. Doesn't work out for him, but still a valid idea. But the idea faltering. 4 rounds, 4 match points, 4 series points, though, still for Seneca. And the Ravens going to have to do that and more in order to take a victory and send us to Haven.
Real cautious play now. 3 players here on A. Having some considerations of angles. Jurassic doesn't want to take any of these initial fights. They know it may end, and most likely will end, in disaster. So avoiding that at all costs is the prime directive of this team. No possibilities for a pick.
Well, I mean, they've made their way onto the B site. I mean, I would argue for free at this point. Really no costs here as Clancy definitely known now, but still could be a deadly threat, and that's what I mean. Ink Falls was the clutch king in the last round, now gone, and the blade's out.
Nice attempt, but unfortunately has no large standing impact because it comes down to just running it up through orange. Rezo on the judge.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, massive impact. The multiple players stacked up in B main can't stand the onslaught. A dash with the blades in hand. This could be a critical juncture. It's a use of the Hunter's Fury. Ultimate's out. Clancy brings out another knife. There's no way there's enough time for Rezo to bring it back to life, even if it's halved. It's over. A 4K from Clancy seals the deal. 2-0. The Seneca squad will keep their undefeated streak alive.
That they do, and it's a incredible series of events there on Icebox that make that the case. Everybody delivering. You mentioned Clancy with the quad there in the end, but man, Jackson, the opening picks, I don't even need to see the stat sheet. He was so fantastic with those consistently. It was just connection after connection. And I said, you know, I didn't know if it was going to be a great look with the chamber, but I mean, it worked out beautifully. Had some high impact moments, both with the Headhunter and the Tour de Force. I mean, definitely showed themselves strong.
Without a doubt. And I think, yeah, the Rendezvous being able to disengage from important fights. How many times did we see an operator kill, courtesy of Jax, come into play in the early moments of a round that just completely throw off the trajectory of the attack from Carlton? It's just not a feasible option to deal with. So bringing in that Chamber, it's almost like shaking up the pot and forcing Carlton to try and come up with new strategies. And they did. It was a much better performance than what we saw back on Ascent, but still not up to snuff with the Carlton we know. And they finish out week 4 0-4.
Yeah, and that's sort of a tragedy. I feel like this team is definitely better than that scoreline suggests, as they showed us on Icebox. But Clancy and Jax, the two of them on Icebox, nearing 50 frags together. I mean, that's an incredible stat line to think about, and then 10 first bloods between them as well. That is, I mean, when you're going that ham, it's hard to have answers, I think, if you're Carlton. With that being said, props to them. They played a good game, at least in that second map. It just wasn't enough.
And that'll be it. 4-0 here for Seneca. Certainly proving themselves to be a top contender here in the Champions Division. But that's going to be it for now for week 4 of NECC Valorant. Thank you so much for joining us. And we can't wait to see you throughout the rest of the week for more NECC action. But until then, we'll see you on the next Tuesday. No, Monday. Oh my God, next Monday. My days are all out of whack. We'll see you next Monday, folks. Get on out of here.